North Carolina. Not many people on the roads right now. Those that are out there, hopefully they have four-wheel drive.
Fox's Robert Ray reports from Asheville, North Carolina. And new polls this week show President Biden's approval rating at an all-time low.
To recap, what some are calling the week from hell, talks failed with Russia. The Supreme Court said the vaccine mandate for large companies was illegal. The Biden's trips to Georgia and Capitol Hill failed to get voting rights passed. No changes to the filibuster despite the president's best efforts. Biden's poll numbers now the lowest since taking office last year. Now just 33%. On the economy, the president polling at just 34%. Foreign policy, 35%. And his handling of the coronavirus pandemic, just 39%. And Wednesday also marks, in addition to the press conference, the first day the White House's website will go online for Americans to get their COVID tests. They expect to ship in 7 to 12 days.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
COVID-19 infections are soaring again at U.S. nursing homes because of the Omicron wave, and deaths are climbing too. Nursing homes reported about 32,000 COVID-19 cases among residents in the week ending January 9th, a nearly seven-fold increase from about a month ago, and a total of 645 COVID-19 related deaths were reported during the same week. That's a 47% increase from a month earlier. Meanwhile, vindication for a lawmaker and his COVID-related comment. Fox's Karen McHugh has this story.
Senator Rand Paul is taking a victory lap of sorts. Back in August, the Kentucky Republican was censored by YouTube for posting a video saying that cloth face masks do not work as effectively as N95 masks in helping to slow the spread of the coronavirus. But a recent article in the New York Times made mention of Paul, who's a physician, stating that the CDC has revised its position on masks. They now say that loosely woven cloth products provide the least protection against spreading COVID. Responding, Senator Paul said, "Does this mean the snot-nosed censors at YouTube will come to my office and kiss my blank and admit I was right?" Stay tuned, as we say. Karen McHugh, Fox News.
And a shortage of testing for COVID variants is causing concern among the American public, but the U.S. Surgeon General says that is being addressed.
Dr. Vivek Murthy says the U.S. made strides through last year to build up testing resources, even as the Delta variant was the dominant strain. But Dr. Murthy said on ABC's This Week the onset of Omicron taxed those resources.
Even beyond the incredible increase in supply that we had procured and secured during 2021. And so we have to close that gap.
Dr. Murthy says while having more tests available is important, what remains most critical is getting as many as possible vaccinated and boosted. Bernal Scott, Fox News.
I'm Mary Corsetti, and this is Fox News.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. Zero down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 203 new cases of COVID reported this morning from the 1,316 people tested on Saturday. More results will be released today from clinics and other labs taken over the weekend. To date, our total is at 23,318 officially reported cases of COVID-19. Now, today is a GovGuam holiday, but the vaccination and testing clinics will be open. The University of Guam, the Northern and Southern clinics, all on the schedule for vaccines and boosters. The testing site at Teetson will also be open this morning for COVID testing, but know that while the test site went appointment-based last week, they'll be giving priority to those people who are unscheduled with COVID symptoms. So those who show up without an appointment or without any symptoms, you're going to have to wait a bit longer if you're seen at all. The change was announced this weekend, and appointment slots have all been filled up for today and tomorrow, but Wednesday still has some availabilities. You're urged to make an appointment in order to get tested at the Teetson site. Meanwhile, 25 people are in the hospital with COVID-19. 20 of them are vaccinated. 5 are not. Also, Public Health issued new guidance that should make it easier for people flying in and out of countries where vaccinations and exceptions screening is already being done by airlines. Public Health's new travel policy follows guidelines from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Starting yesterday, local health officials will cease processing passengers and airline crew members of flights from foreign countries where airlines are already screening for vaccination. According to the department, the change allows Public Health to avoid duplicative efforts to manage resources responsibly. Well, more news right after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Police haven't released very many details in a motorcycle crash that took place on Saturday. It snarled traffic near Barragata Heights for some time. The motorcycle, which was apparently trying to outrun Guam police officers, crashed into a black truck on Route 16. The driver of the motorcycle was seen lying on the road. He was taken to the hospital where he has serious injuries. No updates been given on his condition this morning. Police did tell the Guam Daily Post that the officer attempted to conduct a traffic stop with the operator of the motorcycle. However, he refused to pull over. The motorcycle collided with another vehicle, and the operator lost control and crashed. The Post reports that the high-speed chase apparently started near the Wendy's in Barragata on Route 10. The Post reported as well that there was a gun found on the ground near the motorcycle. The man who was operating that motorcycle has not yet been identified. And the Department of Public Works has hired 3 more building inspectors in 2021 for a total of 6 now at the department. According to the director, Vince Ariola, they are beefing up their building inspectors' staffing. The department gave an update to the Island-wide Beautification Task Force. Ariola also reported that they've identified 115 derelict structures throughout the island last year and was able to inspect 75 of those buildings. 56 have received citations, while 12 cases have yet to be resolved. And the Guam Federation of States, or the Guam and the FSM, were not under any sort of tsunami warning yesterday following an underwater volcano off of Tonga. There was a 4.9 earthquake, though, that was reported yesterday. It was reportedly took place about 10:50 near Agate, about 15 kilometers northwest of Agate. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
ABT started the earthquake. Do they have that? Do they have that technology?
Oh, yeah.
Did Agate Bloodtown guys have that technology?
Talk to chat first. Anything's possible, sir.
I hear that, bro. 6:11 in the morning.
And Jesse Lujan picked up his packet.
We're scanning that. We're scanning that like you wouldn't believe these days. 888-8255. Let's get the program started with, you say weather? We got to do weather for today? What the? Somebody want to explain what happened with the weather yesterday? Can I just, disappointed I was. I mean, I woke up early in the morning, and I'm thinking it's going to be, a beach day. I'm going to the beach today, got no other major plans, and I look out the window early in the morning, and it's sprinkling. And I checked outside the window about an hour later after I threw some clothes in the laundry, and it's still sprinkling. And then I watched Matthew Broderick in Godzilla for 2 hours, and I looked out the window, and it's still sprinkling. It just never, ever stopped yesterday.
Landon's going to call a little bit later.
All right, well, yeah, because I need some guidance and inspiration for the remainder of the day. It is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The weather we've got lined up for you is scattered showers, partly sunny skies, daytime highs maybe 85 degrees, east winds up to about 20 miles an hour, gusting as high as 25 miles an hour with some of those bigger gusts. That's driving some wind into the oceans here, so we've got rip and hazardous surf warnings in effect for today. Careful out there. Scattered showers tonight, mostly cloudy, and overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Still a little bit breezy, gusts as high as 21 miles an hour. How about tomorrow? Partly sunny and mostly cloudy. Identical forecast to what we've got so far today. Let's see if I can put the map up for you a little bit later on. And again, rip and hazardous surf warnings are in effect. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:48. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:14. Yeah, hashtag tell the others. Might get some color good in there like we did on Friday night. At 6:12, that's news and weather together here on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA. We start with you.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743. 743.
I know. I'm supposed to do a thing. I'm supposed to New Year's cakes. That's what we're shooting for. Ice cream cakes, as a matter of fact, from our friends over at Cold Stone Creamery. They got a couple of them. One of them is called the Midnight Delight, which I can't describe on the air. Well, they didn't give me the ingredient list for that one. They gave me the one for the Strawberry Passion, made with layers of moist red velvet cake, strawberry ice cream, and graham cracker pie crust. Then they wrap it all up in a fluffy strawberry frosting. You're going to love this. The people you love are going to love this. Drop by the mall or Jeep Hill locations. You can call or order online at coldstonecreamery.com.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Show 93.3, The Point, MLK Jr. Day here all over Guam, and this is our service. We're actually here at the radio station doing our thing on a Monday morning, even though, like we did during the pandemic, everybody in the government of Guam has got the day off, except those brave frontliners at the testing station that they're going to be having all day today. And I guess they came up with another one of those knee-jerk, we'll let you know about it when it happens deals. With what is it? The testing now is it's still by appointment, right?
Still by appointment.
But
if you have symptoms,
okay,
you can go and get tested, and you'll be given priority, at least in the unscheduled line.
Okay, so wait. But if you don't
up,
have symptoms, you're in the back of the line. You're in like the Section 8 version.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you have
because
symptoms,
I guess there's people showing up without an appointment, without symptoms, and
Yeah.
they just want to get tested because
got nothing else better
might
to do.
be for work. I don't know.
There are some people that are doing that for work. Yeah, there's
But
a
they're
weekly
giving-
testing
they're not-
obligation.
So if you need it for work, make an appointment because that's the only way you're going to get it. Really.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like the governor's going to be backing off even after the Supreme Court has made their ruling. 6:16 in the morning. Lots and lots of stuff to get to. In the meantime, let me just welcome everybody to the bosom of the Ray Gibson Show. Thrilled as usual to be here with you on a Monday morning. I had that dream again last night. You know the one
were late for work?
oh my God, overslept.
How dare you, man?
I know that's what I was. That's exactly the point. And it was one of those where it's like I woke up and everything was telling me that I was late, too late to come to work. And it was like 5:30. I'd woken up at 5:30, and that's far too late to get everything started for the show. And I had to figure out how to apologize to you and Mona for making you guys come in and get ready for the show, even though I'd missed the alarms.
We would have started without you, man.
Dude, it was bad. So I
Not
woke.
me. I would have gone home to sleep.
Oh, wow, Mona.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's just click the button on Friday's show and see if anybody notices the difference, right? So I just, but it was weird though, because I woke up in my dream from sleep. And in my dream, I was lucid enough to go, wait a second.
This is getting weird.
Yeah, this is getting weird. This is not my bedroom. These are not my. Who are these people in the room that are here with me and all of these other things going on? I don't know, just a strange. But I am here, and near as I can tell, I'm not dreaming because I've got that little spinning top that what's his name had in that movie, right? It's spinning correctly.
I'm glad you're alive, bro.
Thank you. It's good to have you. Just one of those things. Maybe I just ate something wrong before I went to sleep last night. I don't know, 6:17 in the morning. So I'm here, and I'm glad that you're here. Real Joe, it's the phone when you call 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. If you got the meme machine going, you can send me 797-8255. Again, that is 797-8255. The theme for today's program is, you know what? I hope... You're going to hate me when I say this, but I hope we get another 4 years with Kamala. I really, really do. I mean, this woman is just, it's just gold. Every time, she opens the microphone or she's interviewed by somebody, just something comes out of her mouth. John F. Kennedy had, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Richard Milhouse Nixon had, I'm not a crook. He said, I'm not a crook. I remember Jimmy Carter for saying, I've had larceny in my heart. But Kamala Harris gives us this phrase, which I think should be etched on, I don't know, the White House walls somewhere. Says, it is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day. Now you get a kind of a sense on why it is that virtually everybody that has worked for her at the White House is now resigning and looking for other positions. Look, we might want to do something, with the Democratic Party in the next couple of years. But if we stay associated with you, it's going to start looking bad for us. Like we should have been able to read the handwriting on the wall. This is some interesting stuff. But I do have one other picture I'd like to put up on the screen, and it includes our very close, very dear personal friend. Pretty Sarita Garin, who is listening to us talking about a piggy.
She did it.
Because our friend Anna is in Saipan and posting.
And she refuses to send us any?
Well, no, she didn't. No, I honestly didn't even ask her to bring some piggy down. But Sarita obviously heard us talking about that last week and says, you know what? I've got the recipe. I'm going to give it a shot.
Wow.
So on the screen right now.
It looks great.
It certainly does. It certainly does. So there's her version of the piggy. There might even be video of her cooking it on the Facebook and in the other social medias. And then here it is, the first one that is opened up. So my understanding is at some point there's going to be a loud knock on the back door. And Pork Chop's going to be bringing some piggy over here, and it's going to be.
She's so awesome. Thank you.
I know, absolutely. So
line of Saipan man outside her house, probably waiting. You're single, girl?
And you can make a piggy. This is good. And it would be a good opportunity for her to get her Tupperware from the last time. And I probably should have brought Pam Duvall's Tupperware as well. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. The other voice associated with the program is baby sister Mona Silva Tyron, who is not happy about having to be here at all on a holiday. And she says, it was funny. She says, you know what? Because I have to be here, you're going to get I have to be working on a holiday attitude. That's what you're going to be getting. And I go, well, how will I be able to tell the difference between that and the other attitude that I get
I get so much abuse around.
Right? No. Hell with that. We all tiptoe around this one. But anyway, so Mana's going to take care of news and headlines and some of the other interesting things. Obviously, a couple of days worth of newspapers and news. Do you have any interesting? Are there any stories out there?
I have to be honest. I didn't even read any news this weekend.
You got to be that kind of weekend? Did you do anything?
The only reason why I knew there was a thing that happened over by Vinny's was because somebody put it on our family chat.
Oh God, yeah.
Otherwise, no clue.
That story changed out fast. We're talking about the
car score's gone, I hear.
Yeah.
Oh wow! And just like that.
Yeah. It's all friends. It's all beginning to unravel.
It's kind of sad because that was kind of
bye.
Something that we could put in a news is something that
to talk
people
about.
Could sort of relate to one way or the other. But now, no, and the app is gone too.
What?
They got rid of. They canned the app.
What am I going to do now?
You remember how much of a big deal they made with that? Oh,
I'm going to have to open up Signal.
Yes, you are going to have to download the Signal now, but so you can communicate with other people that you work with. What an amazing concept! 621. but the accident on Saturday that turned into something within like an hour. That story changed out. First, it was careful. There's expect delays if you're going around Vinny's, Barragata Heights, because it was an motorcycle accident, and it looked real hairy from the pictures that we saw. And then all of a sudden, we start to get new morsels of details, including high-speed police chase involved here, and
everybody was
what looked like
upset.
an automatic weapon found.
Well, everyone was first voicing their upset because there were
How dare you post that picture?
People taking pictures of the victim. Nobody's helping him. Then come to find out there's a gun at the scene. and I didn't even see the gun because I was like, where's the gun? I kept looking on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the big thing that the officer was holding, was a big gun.
That's right.
Wow.
Look like something that you cannot buy legally here on Guam or even possess here on Guam. But he had one of those.
That's probably why I didn't want to pull over.
So, yeah, exactly. I don't want to go to jail. And my response is, you wouldn't have gone to jail. You wouldn't have gone to jail. I'm sorry. They wouldn't nab you. I mean, unless you were out, gallivanting, on a felony release or something like that. They probably would have just brought you in, and the judge behind the black robe will, wag his finger at you, and we're eventually going to take this to court. We're eventually going to have a trial on what you are accused of doing, and then it will never happen. The guy from the Attorney General's office will come and visit you, and then we'll plea this thing down to a misdemeanor. And then everybody go home, right? I mean, that's the way it works on Guam, isn't it?
Sorry for wasting your time,
Exactly. You could have used that gas for something else. Now you got a broken motorcycle and you're in the hospital. That's what you get. Binecho, 6:23 in the morning. These people know better. These people right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. See, our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, it's a beautiful people that we've got around here. At number one, no surprise here, big man Rico Blancaflor at number one, followed by the amazing mom of the program, that's Pam Duvall. Let me see, Post Canteen round out number three. I see Nate Horn and Felix Bumba. Oh, Nate Horn, what did you do over the weekend? Where did you go to snuggle with kitty cats this weekend? I mean, there's got to have been someplace. You know what I passed by yesterday is that over at Jimmy D's. There was a little get together with some friends late yesterday afternoon over at Jimmy D's. So I braved the weather to go out there and see what was going on. There was a group. Heart, and I can't remember what it is. It's like a dog rescue group.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they cleaned up a whole bunch of dogs, and they had this dog adoption thing going on over at Jimmy's. That was cool.
Yeah, you took one home, right?
No, absolutely not. I resisted the temptation to add yet another level of complication to my life. I'm a one animal person. I've got that one cat that his favorite thing in the world is waiting for me around corners so that she can ambush me. Yes, yeah, and that cat's got claws. There's all this sharpening that she's doing on my nice furniture, my Kathy designer
Your
furniture.
cat is kind of evil.
Oh, wow.
Kind of evil.
It's really
coming
mean.
out now.
It is
Like
psychotic.
you try to pet the cat and it just attacks.
Yeah,
It's awful.
It's not even. It's
Not
you don't even
friendly.
get like a couple of pets in before it starts.
No,
The
attack.
ears go completely back and the tail starts wagging like you wouldn't
I
believe.
love her already.
Right. So, but anyway, so I'm thinking about you, Nate. Felix Bumba online. Soon to be Senator Vince Borja. Did soon to be Senator Vince Borja pick up his packet yet?
Be back.
No.
No. So
Yes, actually,
did.
He did. He's the third person to have picked it up.
Vince Borja Mesa, Vince Mesa Borja,
Vince Borja.
Vince Borja.
Borja.
All
Yeah,
right,
no
so,
guitar.
bro. When you gonna start doing the fundraisers? Got to start working on the fundraisers. Sandra Ray just sent me a thing. Or did she send me a thing? No, I think it's somewhere posted up on Facebook. She's going to have a thing with, for $100 lunch or a dinner or something like that with Sandra Sale. So it is beginning. I see Gemma Bustamante online. B-Man Dennis Larson is hanging out. Kenny Williams. Kenny didn't put the American flag up today. I think he put up golf tees. I think he put up some golf flags today. So I'm hoping that the weather holds out for him. MT Farron is online, and there's plenty more. But before I get to the plenty more, did everybody make out the incredible moon that we've got? It's full moon, baby. It's full moon out there, and as I pulled into my parking spot in front of the radio station, it took me. Oh, Kenny did put American flags up and golf tees. Okay, gotcha. And so it's just great looking at that moon over Tumon Bay, and you can see everything, and the empty hotels kind of framed by, Is anybody staying at Backstar?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, that was a subject of
No
conversation.
lights on over there.
From well, maybe they like it dark. Maybe it's Vampire Central or something. Lost Boys. I watched Lost Boys over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. That's what put me to sleep last night. Isn't it amazing? The girl from the Lost Boys was the same as the girl in Twister movie.
Yeah.
Did you ever
She's
see that?
cute. I forget her name.
I forget her name too. It's not one of those things that sinks into my head. But kind of cute in that thing. High Tension is watching. High Tension. Is that what you're trying to say? Love that name. No, it's the way it's spelled. Hitention, which would be pronounced high tension at the end of it, right? Right. You can run for president. Dennis Larson, like I said, pretty Sarita Garin. Mike Grace Bloss is there. Roland Torres, buenas and half a day to you. Elizabeth Gumatau and Kenneth Polino, Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas from over at Family Finance. Nick Perlosky waiting for something to growl about. Oh, we got plenty for you to growl about this morning. We got Mark Mendiola online. Hey, Mutkus, you're online. Marcus, you know what we got to do here, bro? I've seen the statements coming out of the Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez says, we will not tolerate any more violence on the campus. I would have rewritten that. We will not tolerate any violence on the campus. We intend to exploit it. So we're...
Pay-per-view?
Hey, look, people watch those things.
Yeah.
They do. They watch these little gang.
Just need some good refs.
Right. That's all we need. We get a couple of guys out to ref the thing. Because otherwise, my other recommendation is you get something like that, you line up the kids, and then you call the police and have the police come and arrest these kids. I know nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to be the principal of the school where the police show up every week, but you're still the principal of the school where the police are showing up every week to help put these things down. And I don't know that they are afraid of the threat of expulsion. The kids are going to fight anyway. Might as well make some money on it. So, Mark, here's my suggestion is you taught your kids how to build a ring out in the jungle. You remember that during the pandemic?
Yes.
During lockdown time? So we put a ring together at all of the high schools and a couple of the middle schools, right? DJ, Dededo Jr.?
Yes, fair fight.
It's not, they don't call it that anymore, but I think it still has, among kids, that kind of reputation as being kind of a radical, badass school.
Yeah.
But we'll put a couple of rings together for these guys, and let's get something out of it. Let's
concessions.
Sure. You make enough money. We can build that walkway over at Benavente Middle School. Right, we can get all of those things done and be able to recover the money that the legislature ripped you out of in this year's budget. I see Juanita Machi is online. Joey Kitsu Buenos and Havadeta Gregory Kaiser. What do we got? Maria Duenas Perez is hanging out with us this morning. There's Sandra Regis. Manapua, however you spell it. Toy Donuts. Carlene Harker is saying good morning to everybody. And Vince Mesa. Okay, not the senator, not the soon-to-be senator. It's Vince Mesa, greatest guitar hero legend ever.
Yes.
Amana Silva is the Veronica Corningstone of Guam.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't laugh out loud because I can't remember who Veronica Corningstone is.
Anchorman.
Oh! Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
She can throw a Selectrek typewriter as well. Unvaccinated, lesser than vaccinated in the hospital. It's not about the vaccine. It's about the health status. Yeah, I saw that. 25 people in the hospital. 20 of them are vaccinated. So let's go, Brandon. Let's go with that crazy vaccine, bro. Brad Wood is online. Julia M. Santos. Buenas noches to Richard Troy Gutierrez. I got...
hey, Rich.
Hey, bro. Sup? Vince Mesa says cannabis cures. Smoke weed every day. That would make an interest. No.
Oh, that's aggressive, man, for a Monday morning.
Just saying. Well, it's a holiday for some. But here's an interesting thought of the people that have gotten and recovered from COVID-19. How many of you, vaccinated or unvaccinated, are smoking? I mean, like right now, just now. Is that how you found out that you had COVID? Was you couldn't smell your hemp anymore? You couldn't smell your herb? Yeah. Hey, this doesn't taste like it should normally taste like it. Hey, I don't smell the skunky here. What's going on? Maybe it's COVID-19. I'm wondering, what is there any efficacy and survivability that we can assign to frequent, in some cases, constant marijuana use? Yes, James, I'm thinking about you. Let me see. Did I already say Elizabeth Mendiola is there? Cool. Colin Clark, Sean May. Let me see. Joe Lynn Mansfield is online. Rico says, didn't feel the earth shaker yesterday. Neither did I. I was up and moving around trying to figure out if there was going to be sunshine today, so it's possible that I didn't feel it. And again, as usual, these are the rules. If Ray Gibson didn't feel it, it didn't happen. Sorry about that. You need to put an asterisk on the record here. Debbie Garcia Barlongo is watching. Dennis Benzer says, I think I caught the Rona. Impossible, Dennis. Impossible, because you and I were drinking Michelob Ultra over the weekend, and that is the stuff that has prevented me from getting COVID-19. Bertha Maza Cruz, Rosemary Liguanya. I got, let me see, Juan Norma Cruz is hanging out. Joe Cruz, the real Joe Cruz, is online here this morning, lurking on Facebook Live with everybody. Lou Mendiola, Buenas noches to Dorothy Jesus, Bill Marino, and Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, who went to go to the Guam Election Commission and picked up his packet, correct?
Well, not him. Vic Gaza. Vic Gaza picked it up for him. Or requested it, yeah.
Oh, nice. Hey, morning, Vic.
So Vic's not running this time? I don't know. Okay. But anyway, good to have you there. Dave Duenas is hanging out. Cousin Troy online here this morning. And let me see, Jess Perez, Lucia Wood, Simon Sanchez watching the show today. Simon, I've got a new name for you guys over at CCU and the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. New word. This whole brouhaha going on now between, today. In today's Guam Daily Post, I think, is where they wrote the most about it, is the story. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. I don't know. But the rift between GWA and Cortec, I'm going to call that new place, not the sewage treatment plant. It's going to be called the Proper Talkie Dispute. Proper Talkie Dispute, because it's property and talkie kind of mashed together in the sentence. Proper Talkie from here on out is how I think I'm going to describe that. Let me see. Bill Petit is online, and Joanne Billiby. Grace, thank you. Grace Kipsey is watching the program. So is Gerald Young. Sabine Chargaloff checking in this morning. There's Kevin Kanatis saying good morning to all. Army Lynn, good morning. The Point Familia, are you working today, sweetie? Tony Uggan, Ron Castro, that's artist Ron Castro. Dorothy Jesus, Chad Nathan, Sablan, Escora. What a group here today. Jose Tetpahago says the Leon Guerrero administration is responsible for all these violence going on in the schools, as well as rampant theft and family violence. Why not? Lay it at their feet. I don't see a whole lot of people lifting a finger to take care of some of these problems. Janine Bloss, Eunice Mendiola. I didn't emphasize Janine Bloss enough, did I? Everybody, right click. Janine Bloss is online here this morning. Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove. Joy Unpinko. Elwin Chimpaco Quitano. Dona Mila Martinez, good morning. Are we free yet? I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. And I'll explain why in a little bit. Rochelle Merrill is online. Jeff Pleadwell says, MLK Day, we are having barbecue on the menu. And what's it say about Sabine? Well, came up here to help my daughter-in-law with the two girls since my boy is still in Iraq on the way up. Found out that the baby was sick with high fever, got tested, and she was positive. With COVID, sister got checked at school, and yep, also positive. Well, it's the hallmark of the Omicron. It is the hallmark of the Omicron. And apparently they must have been at Josh's birthday party, too. And that's why they got sick. There was a blurb that was floating around in the Twitterverse and on our meme machine. Good morning, Janine. That was talking about how that turned into a cluster, and it's been verified. It's been verified. We know a lot of the people in the pictures. I know one of them in particular in the picture that later went home and basically spread the Omicron to everybody in the family.
Wow.
Everybody in the family, even the vaccinated and boosted, got sick again. Yeah. It's like that. But thank goodness nobody that I know of. I don't know that anybody that was in any of those pictures that we showed that are apparently still online are in the hospital or facing imminent death or anything like that. So knock on wood that it continues in that vein. 6:30.
Just like a cold.
Just like a cold.
Like a cold. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't have a picture up on screen, although
lots of people are saying, and not getting tested, but a lot of people are saying they got runny nose, they got a little sore throat, little congestion,
body aches.
They're taking medicine for it, but nobody wants to get tested. So,
it depends because
and then they stay home. So they take it upon themselves to isolate.
So, but there are a lot of people that are just freaked out about the whole thing, and will get tested, and so for those of you that are doing that, you need to make some kind of an appointment or show up with symptoms. Now, I was able to get together on Friday after apparently scaring the hell out of members of my family and friends, wondering, wait a second, you and us are supposed to hang out this weekend, and I'm not really sure if I want to hang out with you if you are COVID, if you might have COVID. So could you go and get tested? And the answer is, yeah, I suppose I could go and get myself tested. So I was able to luck into, I'm not going to tell you who, but I was able to luck into somebody that was doing office testing with the Abbott. Is it the Abbott? Yeah, it's the Abbott one. And so they held me down and stuck a thing about, actually, as it turns out, it didn't have to go all the way in. It didn't go because the one that they're using.
Ray, look away.
Ow. But it was just deep enough so that there was a little bit of a tickle, and within 15 minutes, which was the instructions, they said set the timer on your phone to 15 minutes, and 15 minutes later, it's still just one line. One line on the top under the control section, and we were all waiting for the one on the sample to show up, but it never did. It never ever did. So clearly, I must have dodged the bullet on this one last week. Because I showed up negative and was able to party with my friends all weekend long. So yes, I was able to do that.
So wait, what? There's a barcode in there, or not a barcode? What do you call that?
QR?
The QR code. Are you supposed to scan that and then send your results to something? Someone?
I don't know.
Somewhere?
I don't know. I mean,
imagine it's there for a reason.
He was like, Doc,
right?
so can I party? That was his first question.
Well,
so can I party now?
It wasn't a real doctor that administered the test. Of course, I posted this picture up on the screen, and then Dr. Shea starts chiming in on another test that I need to take. And like, Doc, I really wasn't all that concerned about the results. And I thought, well, that's going to go down as famous last words. When Ray says, I wasn't really concerned about what happened in the test, and all of a sudden they find me the oxygen dead at my house. 6:39 in the morning. It's Real Joe. What's the rule? If I don't come to work, you need to get to more before anybody else does.
The computers, man. All the hard drives.
Sweep everything. Get to the special
all the burner
doors.
phones.
Exactly. It's 20 minutes away from 7 o'clock in the morning already. Lots and lots to talk about, as you can tell. And I'm just as frisky today as I was on Friday. So you know that I am at least going to be having a good time with the program and all of the changes. And remind me when we come back from the break, if we don't get Landon or somebody, remind me to come when we come back from the break, how things are beginning to unravel with this whole COVID-19 thing. I mean, are you getting it? What was the conversation about? They were even talking about it in the Fox News, right? Where the CDC is saying, yeah, about those masks you guys are wearing. The really good ones might as well not even be wearing anything. But if you got to wear it. But the really good ones are the N95s. But please don't go out and buy N95s. We want to save those as much as possible for folks, real frontliners, the real heroes of COVID-19. We gotta save the supplies for those guys. So what are we supposed to do? Unmask? Yes, let's unmask. Get some people that are just unbelievably married to the mask. I had to explain myself last night because I introduced myself to somebody as a mask denier. And the lady sitting next to me who needs a hearing test said, "Why don't you like math?" What about math can you deny? It's like, Common Core might be able to start with all of that stuff. Let me say, we'll yak about all of those kinds of things coming up in just a little bit. Plus, whatever you want to talk about, hit me up on the Facebook Live, send me a thing on the Meme Machine or the guys over on YouTube who are basically some of the same people on Facebook Live. They're just going there because they know that some of the comments are a little bit more entertaining. Ken LG's on the YouTube side. So is Rico B. I thought I saw Joey Kijitsu hanging out there, and no sign yet of Who's Your Daddy 06. Unless somebody's changed his name.
Yeah.
Brennan Fausto is there. And
Morning.
I'm sure there's some Nigerian princesses and princes there as well. It's 6:41 and time for our first look at big news and headlines with Mana Silva Tyron Hoffa. Mana, what happened?
Well, there's no more car score to follow, but the JIC reports will give you daily updates of how many people are testing positive. This morning, it's 203 new cases of COVID-19 out of 1,300 people who were tested on Saturday. More results will be released as the day goes on. To date, our total now is at 23,318. Today is a GovGuam holiday, but the vaccination and testing clinics will continue. The University of Guam, the northern and southern clinics identified for the vaccine and booster shots. The testing site at Tidsin will also be open for those. They are urging still people to get to make an appointment on their Eventbrite site. Those, however, who have COVID symptoms but don't have a scheduled appointment will be given priority in the unscheduled wait line. Meanwhile, the Guam Visitors Bureau is scrambling to get travelers back here and reboot our tourism industry. They're looking at a couple of incentives to attract visitors to come here. The Guam Daily Post reporting a couple of ideas that they're weighing includes a spending voucher of $200 for a traveler and free PCR tests. Those stories and much more coming up later on. That's all.
Shoot.
Yeah.
All right. 6:42.
Back to you, man.
Not so much. Now I'm just looking to see who else is there. Gary Herr Jr., Carolyn Long, Doris and Nicholas, Wen Roy is online. John Ray Taitano is there, and everybody sending up prayers for Sabine's grandkids. All right, that's good. This is a very family thing to do. 6:43 in the morning, news and weather. We get around to doing traffic probably next. Burger King fans rejoice. The Italian original chicken sandwich is back. Made with lightly breaded white meat chicken sandwiches topped with a warm marinara sauce and melted mozzarella cheese, all sandwiched between an elongated sesame seed bun. Top this off with cheesy touch and a refreshing Coke Zero. Of course, like all good things, the Italian original chicken sandwich will only be available for a limited time. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK, your way.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
6:44 in the morning, 888-255-888-TALK. Time to sell a car. What kind of car are we going to sell? A used car from Nissan. The Nissan Ninja sale is happening now. The Ninja is back, slashing used car prices by up to 40%. You'll save like $14,000 on some of the used car inventory, but just for a limited time, they are going to go fast. There is a lot of demand for used cars among the dealers because there's a big demand for used cars among customers that are out there. So visit Nissan FirstHawaiianGuam.com for plenty more details.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
It's 6:45, the Ray Gibson Show. I'm looking at the traffic thing, and frankly, I don't know that we're going to need to do this for most of the morning. Probably not until about 8 o'clock are we going to see any kind of activities, because it's a day off for a lot of people. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so I don't expect a lot of traffic getting into Anderson Air Force Base. Certainly nothing by the schools, but right now, maybe a tiny bit of intersection traffic is all that you're going to see getting into Tamuning, Agana area. Naval Base Guam is running completely clear right now. It's like there's not even anybody at the front. Oh, maybe that's what happened. The guy didn't show up. Dude, it's just like there's nobody at the gate right now. The new admiral's listening, going, wait. You never know, Admiral. What can I say? 6:46 in the morning. There's some right now traffic. This is the point.
Attention Guam Power Authority commercial accounts. GPA proudly announces that our Energy Sense rebate program has just gotten bigger and better to include customers on rate schedule G and J. With GPA's Energy Sense program, commercial accounts can receive up to $350 per ton in rebates with the purchase of a qualified unit through any of our approved vendors. The GPA Energy Sense rebate program helps lower energy costs, improves energy efficiency, and saves you money. Visit us at guampowerauthority.com/energysense. Effective dates for units may vary.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478 Auto.
6:47 in the morning. My friends over at KFC touting they're the best chicken sandwiches ever, including the all-new white meat chicken sandwiches. It's the KFC fried chicken deal, quarter-pound worth of extra crispy fried chicken in the special KFC mayo, crinkle-cut pickles down at the bottom of this on bread that is probably at the bakery right now. It's that fresh. But if you want something different, they got a grilled double-licious, a regular double-licious, and the zinger. Love the zinger. Try the KFC chicken sandwich with the sauce from the zinger. Change your life completely. You can order that at 300 FAST.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:47, Ray Gibson Show, and why not? Why not on a Monday morning here? 888-8255, as a man says, 797. You want to send some memes in here, or whatever your visuals are. This might get posted on social media a little bit later on, but I'm going to put this up on the screen right now. Sarita Garin, already in the kitchen. It's creamy mushroom corn soup that she's on.
That looks good.
Oh my God, perfect for a rainy weather day. Right?
See how it sticks to the spoon,
that
right?
And chicken a la king. Yes, I know. Hey, listen, that woman knows her way around the kitchen. But at any rate, we might get some of that a little bit later on to share with you. 6:48 in the morning. Is that Landon on the line?
It is, sir.
All right, very, very good. A couple of questions for Landon Adlet. We'll start with what the heck happened to my weekend weather yesterday? It was supposed to be nice.
I was my weekend off.
Oh, your weekend off. Oh, you can complain louder than me.
Yeah, happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Right on.
It's a beautiful holiday Monday. But yeah, like I said, it was a busy weekend. If you wanted to be outside this last weekend, Saturday was your day.
It was.
The crap came in Saturday night, and it's been in place all through Sunday, and it's still there today, but not quite as bad as what it was yesterday.
Okay, so what it was yesterday was just this constant drizzle over at my house. Just a nuisance sprinkling, just enough to keep you inside all day long. And then there were activities going on. Everybody had a plan on Sunday night because for a lot of people there was no Monday. So it was one of those things. And cold last night as well. What did the temps dip down into up at your place?
Well, up at my place, at the airport, we got down into the lower 70s. Our dew point right now is at 73 degrees, and our air temperature got down to 76. That's pretty chilly. Actually, I see a 75 in the observations yesterday evening at the airport, and that comes with the heavier showers. And when you say the showers, it's not like these heavy torrential downpours that we get in the wet season. It's this light, drizzly to moderate, showery type stuff that comes blowing in, and then it passes through and it dries up a brief bit, and then it comes in again. It's a nuisance. It'll wreck your day if you have outdoor plans.
Yeah, well, it absolutely did. It absolutely did. It went by Jimmy D's yesterday, and somewhere out there, the guy that's supposed to be watching the front gate at Navy Base, woke up this morning with a new girlfriend and a dog that he got over at Jimmy D's. But normally a big crowd there on Sundays, as you know, but not a whole lot of people hanging out because it was just darn snotty with the weather that we had.
Exactly it.
So what?
You really have to change in your tank top for a T-shirt in this weather.
Well, they did. That's the point of part of the other conversation is just how cold it got last night with the breezes, the wet breeze that was blowing through. Even if you were undercover, you felt some of that. And there were people that I knew at the thing last night went back to their cars to get something heavier because it was so darn cold.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And they're white like you. They're not like me, not like born and raised on Guam where you go 75 degrees. Oh, my God, that's cold. These are people from places like, I don't know, New York and Connecticut and the upper left-hand corner of the states where it's always cold. And I was freaking out that they were freaking out about how cold it was.
Yeah, they're being localized. And where I used to live in the Marshall Islands, a little dip to the 84, 85 range was significant. You would wear on sweatshirts and a hood at that point.
Yeah.
I lived there for 2.5 years, and just the slightest temperature change made a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, around here with what I'm going to refer to as the wind chill last night, that added significantly to it. So forecast for today, be like yesterday, but maybe a little bit drier?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit dry. I'm looking at the satellite right now, and it's not quite as solid of a line with that shear line that was parked over Guam and Rota yesterday. It's a little bit more diffuse, so we're going to see a little bit more peaks of sunlight today, so that's the good news. So you'll have probably more drier periods than wet periods versus what we saw yesterday. But the winds will still be there. We're still looking at the satellite imagery across the region. Our winds are easily in the 15 to 20 knot range with gusts 20 to 25 knots over the water especially. We had a peak wind gust yesterday of 32 miles per hour at the airport with a peak sustained winds of 24. We're going to see much the same today, so that's going to keep season surf hazardous at least through today and the next several days on the open waters.
Right. So today's not the day to go and take that stand-up paddleboard over the reef. And anybody that's got their eye on maybe swinging by Gun Beach and doing some swimming in the channel or diving on the other side of the channel, there are no mermaids. There's no pirate treasure on the other side. You might get a turtle or two, but otherwise it ain't worth getting caught in that kind of chop.
Not worth getting caught.
Now, one last question for you. Over the weekend, there was an undersea volcano that went up. And that was visible from space on all of your sophisticated imagery. A couple of thoughts on that, and what do you think? Will the wind patterns bring any of that ash that went 20 kilometers up into the sky? Will that start falling on Guam in the next day or two?
Fortunately, that will not be the case. We're looking at some trajectories, and it looks like all the ash is going to stay well away from our air. So that's the good news. The only effects that we saw was, of course, that little tsunami impulse that came right through the region. I got an email from the International Tsunami Center director on Friday regarding the eruption that occurred on Friday with that volcano. And they were giving out some information because they knew it was getting more active. And 24 hours later, there you go, the big eruption. And so that was a full Pacific basin-wide tsunami event. And so fortunately, very minimal impacts for us. What we did have come through the region did come just before low tide, before midnight Saturday night. So we had no effects here and no reports across Micronesia, but it was enough to register in our tide gauges and our deep sea buoy gauges across the region. And it probably amounted to 2 to 4 inches. You can't see that with your eye, but you can see it in the data.
I was going to say our machines did catch something of the tsunami that went through. I don't know. I'm not up on any casualties anywhere from the tsunami. I know there's some limited damage that is being reported around the Pacific region, but that was interesting. I think one of the more, if you need to go to Twitter and see some of this stuff, do the hashtag for the volcano and see what they're reporting. There were some interesting scenes of these tsunamis that were rolling rolling in, some of these harbor waves that were rolling into some of these islands that we've got out here. Plus, one, I can't play it on the radio because, as you might imagine, there's one or two expletives. There were a couple of kids that were standing on a beach, not that close, but not that far away either. And the report, the kaboom that came through was just incredible. And even though it's coming on these little speakers that we've got on the cell phones, it was still something to
It's
see.
incredible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have a friend in the Solomon Met Service. He's been sharing a lot of photos and videos up there and sending it my way, and it's unbelievable. And I saw that video you're speaking of with that sonic boom. And there are reports that it was heard as far away as Alaska. So if you were up and about and you might have heard something at some point that morning, that probably would have been it. I need to go back and see what time it was, but there's a pressure trace, an atmospheric pressure trace that you'll probably see on social media showing that little surge in pressure, pressure spike across the globe, made it across the United States, made it across Japan, and as far away as Europe. And so this thing had some wide-ranging impacts. And it's still active.
Almost like prehistoric. It just has that feel like, this is there it is. The kind of thing that you see in all of these old movies, active volcanoes and eruptions from time to time. Absolutely, just one of those things. It's just more proof that we are not really in control of anything around here. And anytime that we think we are, Mother Nature will remind us that we are yet puny mortals.
That's what I like to tell people in all kinds of discussions when it comes to nature. We are but man.
Yeah, well, you say the same thing about COVID-19. 656 and change. Listen, it's always a delight talking with you. Thanks for giving me the MLK Jr. Weather report and an update on where we were yesterday, as well as a little conversation between a couple of geeky guys about that kind of rough nature that they had down south. The report was they could hear it in New Zealand. Was among one of the other places. Just absolutely crazy the way the sound carries over that water. 656 and change. I'll talk to you soon, Landon.
Absolutely. Keep in mind this volcano is still active. There is a tsunami advisory in effect for American Samoa. This is a small ongoing action right now, but you never know when it's going to be fully over. So keep an eye on trends and conditions and local news.
Yeah, well, I'm a tsunami denier guy. I think we're lucky because we got the reef enveloping the island, and as you said, there it was. What did we get? 3 or 4 inches. Woohoo! Head for the hills.
We have those mitigating factors, thankfully.
Yeah, thank God. All right, Landon, you have a fantastic day. 657 and change. 888-825-5888-TALK is the way that you get the telephone number on it. That was interesting nature, was it not? You think about it, and a reminder again, just how little control we have. And we were talking about how things are beginning to unravel on this whole COVID-19 thing. And maybe, I got my fingers crossed. I say my prayers at night before I go to sleep, that when I wake up tomorrow morning, there will be a note from somebody that says, okay, Omicron has done what we thought it was going to do. It's wiped out the threat of very severe COVID-19 in our lifetime. And there we go. And it will all come down to what nature has done. We didn't steer ourselves into an Omicron. Nature has given us the Omicron. None of the lockdowns, none of the quarantines, none of the other stuff that governments have been engaged in with their populations, I think contributed anything to COVID-19. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. It doesn't matter. You can run, but you can't hide from the thing. And here we are now. Mark the day, January the 17th, and actually I think it came out the other day. But whatever the day is, mark it and say, this is the day that we got rid of the car score. The universally beloved car score. That must have felt bad for that must have felt bad for somebody over at the place, right?
Probably moved the island.
Oh, but if we get rid of the car score, people will think it's over. And then they said, not only are we getting rid of the car score, we're getting rid of the app that nobody used anyway. Right? I didn't download the app. Joe, did you download the app?
Never, ever. I don't have any room on my phone for that.
People going, I'll never download that app. Even though you tell me up and down 100 times that it's not going to invade my privacy, nobody will be able to track me. I still not crazy about downloading any kind of software because you told me to. So, no on that one. And then come to find out nobody was putting the numbers in there. But I think the reason why nobody was putting the numbers in there is in a lot of cases that I'm hearing about people that turned out positive, they didn't get any numbers to plug into the end of the app. Nobody said, okay, here's your password. password. Here's your number, and it was 00002 or something. Nobody that I know actually was ever, I know that they did in the beginning, but I think people just kind of, got fatigued with the process and didn't bother with it. Hey, listen, we got Fox News Live coming up in a couple of seconds. We'll find out what everybody is wetting the bed about in the States. Anybody got any numbers on the Niners against the Cowboys? Have they started that yet? And today, in just a few minutes, the return of Jerry Roberts and the live Extra Point here on 93.3 KUSG. I got you. We are The Point.
A Texas standoff now over. I'm Marie Corsetti, Fox News. A hostage situation at a synagogue in Texas Saturday. None of the hostages were harmed, but their captor is dead.
It was tense for hours yesterday after a man with a gun started ranting during the Shabbat service, which was being live streamed. He claimed that he had bombs and he believed he was going to die. He had 4 hostages, including the rabbi. He said he was the brother of a convicted terrorist who was in a federal prison about 20 miles away from the synagogue. He was demanding the release of that prisoner, Afia Siddiqui. About 6 hours into the ordeal, one of the hostages was released. FBI hostage negotiators were in nearly constant contact with the gunman, and a hostage rescue team from Quantico, Virginia arrived. Then, shortly after 9 p.m., the other hostages ran from the synagogue, and an FBI armored vehicle with a breech arm got up to the building. There was a loud boom and then brief gunfire. All the hostages were safe and unhurt. The hostage taker was dead.
Fox's Dan Springer. Meanwhile, President Biden spoke today on the incident.
We are focused. The Attorney General is focused, making sure that we deal with these kinds of acts. Thank God we have such professional FBI as well as the local cooperation, I was told, was incredible.
Meanwhile, a massive snowstorm along the East Coast is bringing ice and snow.
This storm system kind of been on the move throughout the entire weekend. Currently, though, as it dips a little farther to the south, you're getting a lot more of a mix. This did lift on down from the Midwest, the Plain States, where it dumped a whole lot of snow. You're looking at areas getting well up over a foot from Iowa to North Dakota. So a whole lot of snow before it's now turned into what I'm most concerned about is ice. As we run through the day today, getting into Monday, eventually lifting up to the northeast, right along the coastal areas, this is mostly going to be a rain event, but really stretching along I-85, getting towards Charlotte. These are areas where you're dropping a whole bunch of ice. That is enough to take down power lines.
Fox Weather's Adam Klotz. America is listening to Fox News.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478 Auto.
If you're a veteran and have upper extremity and hand problems that's interfering with daily function, have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran experienced in combat and civilian traumatic injuries, treat your injuries and hand impairments to improve the use of your hands in your activities of daily living. Call 671-646-HAND or visit its website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
New York City has a new mayor, but crime is still high in the city that never sleeps.
It took just 2 weeks of New York City Mayor Eric Adams' tenure to make clear that crime remains the issue in this city. Murders are up 33%, robberies up 25%, shooting incidents up 15%, auto grand larceny up 72%, and overall crime up 30%. This as there are questions about whether newly elected progressive Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is too lenient on fighting crime. Bragg says his goal is to lower the incarceration and recidivism rates. The New York Post reports at least a dozen lawyers have quit the DA's office over his policies. Bragg is stopping prosecutions for crimes like marijuana offenses and resisting arrest. He's downgrading felonies to misdemeanors for crimes like armed robberies, and he's limiting jail time for basically homicides and serious domestic violence and sex offenses.
Fox's Brian Yinnis. Meanwhile, a Bronx community is gathering to pay final respects to perished loved ones. A week after a fire filled a high-rise apartment building with thick smoke that killed 7 17 people, including 8 children. Officials say the fire was sparked by a faulty electrical space heater. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' Democratic challenger is likening him to a Nazi dictator.
In an interview with Public Radio on Friday, Florida's agricultural commissioner and Democratic gubernatorial candidate Nikki Fried compared Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis to Adolf Hitler. Speaking on a public radio podcast, Fried said instead of listening and trying to govern with the people, he's trying to govern over the people, adding, "I'm a student of history and saw the rise of Hitler." DeSantis press secretary Christina Pashaw told Fox News that Fried's comments trivialize the atrocities committed by Hitler. Fried is facing a primary in August against former Florida Democratic Governor Charlie Crist. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
I'm Mary Corsetti, and this is Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Half a day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Fresh refresh goes on at Subway. You've tried the Cali Fresh steak. Now you can enjoy the Cali Fresh turkey. One of only 2 Cali Fresh subs. The Cali Fresh turkey is packed with deli-thin, oven-roasted turkey piled high on a bed of hickory smoked bacon, smashed avocado, and fresh mozzarella. Crafted for premium freshness, the Cali Fresh turkey is made on freshly baked, hearty, multi-grain bread with your choice of fresh veggies hand-sliced daily in restaurants. Treat yourself to a Cali Fresh turkey today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Montezova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Police haven't released any more details on a motorcycle crash that took place near Barragata Heights. Snarled some traffic for Saturday morning travelers. The motorcycle, which was apparently trying to outrun Guam police officers, crashed into a black truck on Route 16. The driver of the motorcycle was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. Police did tell the Guam Daily Post that the officer attempted to conduct a traffic stop with the operator. However, he refused to pull over and come to a complete stop. The motorcycle crashed into a moving vehicle. The operator lost control. Now, the Post reports the high-speed chase may have started from Route 10 over by the Wendy's in Barragata. The Post reported as well that a gun was found on the ground near the motorcycle. Again, no details have been released in that investigation. The man's name has also not been released. As the Guam Visitors Bureau scrambles to get travelers back here and reboot the tourism industry, they've been looking at incentives to attract visitors to the island. And as the Post reports today, funding for the shopping vouchers worth $250 could be used instead to provide free COVID-19 PCR tests for fully vaccinated tourists before they fly home. The GVB was able to fund 5,748 of these PCR tests for tourists returning to their home countries in November and December using a $1 million budget. That is the no decision has been made as to which incentives GVB will be looking at, but they are leaning toward funding the PCR tests instead of the vouchers. Jerry Perez says they've not instituted or implemented that voucher program. A recent audit report from the OPA doesn't look too good for the Science is Fun and Awesome charter school. The charter school ended its 2021 budget year in another deficit, according to the report. CIFA had a deficit of $1.4 million in fiscal year 2021. It also had a deficit of $2.6 million in the previous year. GovGuam subsidized the charter school with $2 million in fiscal year 2021 based on a $6,000 per enrollee for 323 students. Now, SIFA and Eagle Land Holdings, the school's landlord and facilities provider, entered into the contract for 5 successive years. The contract does expire in June of 2023. The OPA states in the report, even though SIFA's total revenues were enough to cover its expenses in 2021, its financial obligation under the contract remains larger than its cash inflows. As a result, in its net position, he says that it is unlikely that they would be able to continue operating. We'll have more news right after this.
Serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
203 new cases of COVID-19 reported this morning out of 1,316 people who were tested on Saturday. More results will be reported on later on today. Meanwhile, the vaccination testing clinics, they're open today. The vaccines being offered at the University of Guam, the Northern and Southern clinics. And for the testing, that one is also at the Tidzin Carnival grounds. Again, Public Health has instituted a schedule-based COVID testing clinic. However, those who are unscheduled will still be seen. They are giving priority, though, to individuals who have symptoms for COVID-19. Also, from the JIC report this morning, there are 25 people in the hospital with COVID-19. 20 of them are vaccinated, while 5 are not. And former Senator Jesse Lujan, a potential candidate now in the upcoming election, a packet was picked up for him at the Guam Election Commission as a Republican senatorial candidate. Several other packets were requested for the senatorial race. However, the candidates' names were not indicated. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Did you know that dogs don't love to be petted on the head?
What?
Did you know that?
That's not true.
I'm looking at this.
That's a lie.
No, I got a thing.
What dog told them that?
Dog miss. A dog's nose can tell you if he's healthy or sick. And because didn't we all grow up with that? You don't want to see the dog sick. Yeah, if it's cold and wet, you go, oh, the dog's sick. It's kind of cold. But as it turns out, cold and wet, warm or dry, a nose is a nose. The only accurate way to test a dog's temperature is with a thermometer.
In the butt.
And I've never seen a dog that like that yet.
No.
Dogs who eat grass are sick. And the line here says dogs are descended from wild wolves and foxes, which means grass was once part of the normal canine diet. So if they eat small amounts of grass and barf it up, don't worry, totally normal for the dogs. And then this one here, dogs are picky eaters. Now this I did not know this. I did not know this. Dogs are picky eaters. No, you know what? Only those little ankle biters. Right, the boutique dogs, right? The ones that think they're people. Yeah, those. My God, Jack Russells. Are they not the most annoying dog in the world? But anyway, it says dogs are not true. Dogs have very poor taste buds. I did not know that. So they eat primarily based on their sense of smell. And if something smells like sirloin steak, they're going after that faster than they go after the stuff in the box that you get them. But dogs don't like to be pet on the head. Some dogs hate it because they have very sensitive eyes and ears, and it bugs them. So the trick is go and find somebody who's got a dog with very sensitive eyes and ears and pet that dog on end relentlessly until the owner asks you to leave. 7:12 in the morning. There's going to be weather today. We heard that from Landon Adlet over at the National Weather Service, who is working today. Scattered showers, partly sunny, and daytime highs near 85 degrees. So he said rain-wise, it will be similar to yesterday, but we will have more sunshine events than we had yesterday. Gusts today as high as 25 miles an hour, gusting as high as 21 tonight. Mostly cloudy skies in the forecast then. About the same thing happening tomorrow. Heat index is 88 degrees. There's a 30% chance of rain. Rip and hazardous surf warnings are out today as well. You might be wondering if there's any sunrises around here. And we got some big ones. Let me get you this one first, just because I think it's so beautiful. We were talking about Kenny Williams, who is not going to be killing any varmints today. I don't know what he's going to kill, but he's doing it over at the Starts Golf Course. today. That's where he's taking his adventures. All right. Well, good for you, buddy. I appreciate you sending me that picture. Jeff from over at Pirates Cove reporting that we've got some clear skies running over at Pirates Cove, but very, very cold, as a matter of fact. So here's the sunrise over Martin Luther King Jr. Day over at the place, and as he says, he's got some barbecue that they're going to be doing a little bit later on. Beautiful skies and the starts on what looks like a fantastic day on the eastern side of the island. So there we are, weather-wise. 7:14 News and Weather Together is here on The Point.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
7:15 in the morning, portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. And if you're looking for a great deal in New Year's, Wendy's got you covered. Free any size drink when you purchase a Wendy's breakfast sandwich. Choose from our Frosty Chino, cold brew iced coffee, hot coffee, or any fountain drink for free only at Wendy's. We got ya.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Biba! Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. Biba! Day one initiatives says mask mandate for public schools over. Done. We're not doing that anymore. COVID vaccination requirements for state workers? No, not with us. They got the new adult supervision over in Virginia, and the first woman of color lieutenant governor in Virginia.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. That was a real big deal. He's banned teaching of critical race theory in public schools and vowed to investigate wrongdoing in Loudoun County, the locus of culture war fights that helped fuel the man's campaign. What also made it that much more special was the guy that he was running against, who said that parents should have nothing to do with their kids' education. We thought that was kind of interesting. 7:16 in the morning. We'll take a quick look at what happened in the markets here over the weekend. And probably not going to be a whole lot happening tomorrow as the markets are going to be closed again. It was a mixed close on Saturday. S&P 500 closed up by 3 points at 46.62. The NASDAQ up by 86 points, 14,893. Dow Jones Industrial Average just couldn't correct. They off by 200 points to close at 35,911. Looking at the S&P 500, big winners there. Las Vegas Sands, the Wynn Resorts, Discovery Inc., and Lamb Research. Take a look at that and see whatever it is that they're so happy. Leading the charge downward for the Dow was Walt Disney, Goldman Sachs, American Express, Home Depot, and J.P. Morgan Chase. Interesting what some of those numbers ended up being. What the reason why those numbers went downward. Don't have a new number for Tapas. I'll get that while we're doing the extra point, etc. Dow Jones, as I said, is off. Looking at some of the commodities. Where's the commodity that I like to look at? Oil, $83.82. So still in the $80 range, though not trading as high as it was a little bit earlier last week. 7:17 in the morning. Who's on one?
Cousin Troy.
Cousin Troy's on the line.
Good morning, Cousin
Right
Troy.
on. Good to have you on, Cousin Troy. Good morning.
My favorite is most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world.
Good morning, my favorite is most beautiful cousin in the whole wide world.
Hey,
and good morning to the rest of you.
And the rest of you. And the rest of you lunks here. All right, just real quick, because Jerry Roberts is back in the studio, I wanted to touch on a couple of points that I thought were kind of interesting in today's news. Looked like the guys over at the Daily Post heard you talking on Friday and said, yeah, maybe we ought to read that ruling from the judge. GWA argument on land dispute missing the mark. Phil Leon Guerrero writing here this morning basically some of the many things that you and I have been talking about that weird GWA versus Cortec deal and the proper Taki area up in the northern wastewater treatment plant. This is all getting very, very interesting, isn't it?
I like that proper Taki.
Proper Taki, yeah. Not proper tea, proper Taki.
I'm going to use that in the headline.
Oh, please. Absolutely. I'll give it to you royalty free.
It's very interesting. And it's also ironic because prior to, and we have to actually go back and dig into why Michael Borja, the director of land management at the time, filed this unnecessary lawsuit that might actually cost GWA the ownership of the land under the Northern District wastewater treatment plant. And up to now, no one's talking about stopping the operation of that plant. Not even Cortec has been talking about that. No one is talking about that except for GWA, which is an irony. But the first irony is that Michael Borja filed this case in December 2018, the final month of the Calvo administration, over nothing. There was no provocation from Cortec. They didn't even ask for any back billing, back rent, any rent moving forward. They did not dispute GWA's ability to operate that plant. They owned this property, they paid for it, fair and square, and the judge ruled on that on November 30, that Cortec has this ownership interest. And then on top of that, in this totally unprovoked case, after GWA had dug in its heels and refused to do any settlement with Cortec, the judge says, actually, it's also questionable whether GWA has any right to use or occupy that property. And so now there are all these desperate moves being made in court by GWA and its hired new counsel. And by the way, this is costing us as ratepayers. Every move that every stupid move that GWA makes, it's costing us as ratepayers. They recently hired counsel that has taken this matter to the Supreme Court in a desperate move to get the judge's decision and order in an ongoing case that hasn't even been settled yet or hasn't been ruled on yet in its entirety, to hear its appeal on this one decision and order, so that because of the extraordinary circumstances that exist, and those extraordinary circumstances do exist, they are, the thought of these extraordinary circumstances exist, and it is that we would lose this Northern District wastewater treatment plant. But the thing is that Cortec has never ever said anything about stopping the operation of that plant. And so they're bringing this matter, they're bringing these thoughts of extraordinary circumstances to the court without there ever being any, one iota of proof that that is something that would happen. Only GWA is talking about that.
Well, it's a heavy stick. If you decide that you're going to wield it, that we're going to take our solid waste treatment plant and take that home. We're going to take our ball and go away.
What's Cortec going to do with a wastewater treatment plant? I mean, and I think, one of the things that shouldn't be lost on people is that this wastewater treatment plant is important to both the community and to the military. It's critical to the marine buildup. And
just down the street. Mm-hmm.
Just down the street, and Cortec has contracts for the construction of the marine base. Why would it want to disrupt the marine buildup?
Well, just figure out, and it sounds like Judge Iriarte has helped everybody out. There were questions of disputed property rights from among the ancestral landowners, but it looks like she's dismissed those, saying that's kind of the weakest link in the argument. Next, so we'll wait and see what the next shoe to drop is going to be on this case. What do you think that's going to be?
I suppose the Supreme Court would rule on. I'm sorry. The next thing is actually in the judge's latest order. There was a motion to stay. There was a motion for an expedited hearing on a motion to stay pending GWA's appeal before the Supreme Court. And Judge Iriarte on Friday said, nope,
Yeah.
you're not going to hear that. Or
refuse
We're
that.
not
So
gonna have
okay,
an expedited
all right. So we'll go back to the Supreme Court and let them sort it out. 7:23. Now you're the guy in the know on everything over at the police department and the cop shop. What do you know about the guy that was involved in that motorcycle accident? What was he running from the police for? And what was I haven't heard that he's passed away. I know that was originally taken to the hospital with some fairly serious injuries, as you might imagine. But in this case, what are you hearing from your sources inside GPD?
I know nothing about it. So it happened on Saturday, and I take the day off on Sunday, and I don't look at my emails or any source information or anything. So maybe there's something that's come in. Yeah, it's a whole Sabbath thing. So, there might be stuff in my messages that I just haven't reviewed yet.
All right. Well, if you see something, give me a ring back.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're all kind of curious about that. It backed up traffic for hours in both directions, and originally it looked like it was auto versus motorcycle. In which case, the automobile almost always wins. It turns out maybe it wasn't that, and there seems to be a whole lot more than meets the eye here in this case, including what looks like confiscation of an automatic weapon and maybe some other goodies in the backpack that came away from separated from him as a result of that accident. It will be interesting to hear what your insiders have got to say.
Well, on Saturday, before the crash happened, I'd heard that there was a high-speed chase that originated in Manila with the police department. And so that's all I know. I don't know who the person is. All I know is it caused a major traffic snarl on a Saturday. If I was in that traffic, I would have been pissed.
I think there were a lot of people that were. Buddy, I'm going to let you run. You have a fantastic day, Cousin Troy.
You guys.
You know it. Hey, it's a great day for us here. Jerry, among other things, Jerry Roberts, triumphant return from the United States of. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're all united anymore these days. So I don't know, just the states. Did you tell me about your adventures? Did you hit any free zones? What happened?
No, I did not get to any free zones.
Really?
Well, I might have got to a couple of free counties. We're going to deal with that in the extra point.
Oh, interesting.
But certainly those counties would have to be connected to unfree places. Blue states.
Well, because you got blue states with some red spots in it, the same way that you've got some red states with some blue spots in it. I was talking about what's his name, Youngkin, and him swearing in the oath of office and stuff, and saying, okay, we're not doing the mask mandate, but a couple of counties in Virginia said, oh yeah, we are. We're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep doing the mask mandates in school and all of that stuff. Well, go ahead if you want to. He'll figure out how to deal with that, like any good governor does. So naturally, was because we're radio guys. I'd given Jerry yesterday. I said, he sent me a note, said, I'm back. Are we working tomorrow? I said, yeah. And he kind of gave me this noise like, yeah, I'm kind of half in the bag with the jet lag.
Yeah, still.
He's still in the jet lag region, but he's true broadcaster, right? Yeah, I'm coming to work.
Yep.
All right. So
that's what you do.
We have the extra point now brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services. And I'll give you a pause and an opportunity to say congratulations to Ed Untalan from First Hawaiian Bank, who is the new chairman of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, how awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy.
It is a good deal. All
well
right.
deserved.
Here is the extra point with Jerry Roberts.
In early December, my unvaccinated family left Guam for a vacation. Our projected 4-week trip would take us to California and New Mexico, both areas controlled by Democrat governors, as is Guam. Would there be differences? We'll talk about that next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
In 2021, Joe Biden, the Democratic president, echoed the words of of scientists wherever he could find them, saying that it was the unvaxxed who were the clear problem, and it was his intent to make life more difficult for those who refused to be vaccinated. The unvaxxed were made scapegoats for a failed effort to control a virus that honest scientists had long proven was uncontrollable. So what treatment would we find when we got to the mainland? Our first stop was San Diego. We shopped, occasionally forgetting to wear our mask. I had wandered through a department store for maybe 20 minutes when my wife remarked that I had forgotten the face covering. I wasn't the only one. There are several people without masks. Now, here's the thing. California's a blue state, right? I mean, Gavin Newsom, all those things. Yeah. Got to wear those masks. Got to get that vaccination. So here's the point. No store employee breathlessly flagged me down, telling me to put one on. Nobody was panicked. We walked into a restaurant. Nobody asked for a vaccine card. We sat down and enjoyed our meal as if we were normal human beings. Our next stop was New Mexico. The plane was delayed, unusual for Southwest, and we got to Albuquerque late, grabbing sandwiches at a place called Firehouse Subs, a place my wife and I would highly recommend if you ever come across it. We had a long drive to our destination, so we bought a few things at Trader Joe's before hitting the road again. Walked into the store, guess what I forgot? My mask. Once again, nobody said anything. I put it on when my wife mentioned it. Twice over a 3-day period in New Mexico, we sat down in restaurants with friends and family, and nobody cared about our vaccination status. They were happy to feed us. Now wait, isn't there a precarious health care system in San Diego and New Mexico? Why didn't they see that us eating in restaurants had to be a major threat to them, that we would overrun the available hospital beds? We then spent a week in Ventura County. I forgot my mask in a couple of grocery stores after a while. It's amazing how you can get used to being without one, but remembered and put one on. This was for the comfort of other shoppers, even if nobody stared at me for my obvious indiscretion. I had lunch with a friend in San Bernardino County, followed by dinner with another friend in Orange County. The next night, my son and I ate dinner in a restaurant in Los Angeles County. Our final stop was Northern California, Alameda and Santa Clara counties. Family members there do a whole bunch of DoorDash for takeout, but we also found ourselves seated in actual restaurants. In tabulating the scorecard for the month's journey, there were dozens of places we walked into and several where we simply forgot to wear a mask. Some were big-name businesses and others were small. Only once was I stopped about the mask, and I went back and got it. We never touched a Republican state, but might have been in a couple of red counties within the blue state of California. If we were, we wouldn't have known it. We wouldn't have known it by the way we were treated. Employers of our family members, vaxxed or unvaxxed, have been treated the same. Nobody, to my knowledge, there has been harassed over a decision to not get the jab. One other thing. COVID doesn't seem to be the focal point of everything as much as it is in Guam. It's just not discussed as much. People just live with it. I'll have some other comments and references about our trip, but one thing definitely stood out. Guam is a far different shade of blue than what I found in California and New Mexico. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, good to be home. The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Well, I'm delighted that you don't have to do this from quarantine. I'm glad that we've gotten at least that far into our COVID measures here.
And it just happened as I was coming back. And I want to say a shout out to Chanel because I was checking all the way through. I was trying to figure out what we're going to do.
Well, because things change about every 20 minutes everywhere.
And the other thing is back there, it's you may think, well, there's 1,000,001 places that get tested. As it turns out, there's a lot. But, you know, they're not all easy to find. Some cost a lot of money. I was quoted, ready for this, by a mobile testing company It looked to be my only option at one point for the day that I was before we were going to travel.
Yeah.
$1,350
for a test
for 3 people to get a rapid test. And I took a look at that, and the next thing,
$400 some odd dollars a head.
Oh boy! And I was looking at a place, Planida, I don't know where it was. It was 2 hours south, and they had free testing there. And I was thinking,
is it worth the drive for a couple hours?
A couple hours. I saved $1,350.
Yeah.
Oh boy! So that didn't happen, and then and basically I just come down and say I caught it. So
Jerry, no shame in catching COVID-19. Everybody I know's got it.
Everybody's got it. So I caught it, and the only reason I know is we took a home test. You can see those are accurate or not accurate. So I just assumed I got it. That was it. And because of that, we delayed a week.
Right.
That's when I contacted you and said I'm not going to be back in a week. So we just kind of rode that out, and the symptoms were very mild.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like you might have a touch still in your throat, a little bit of a.
I'm not sure it's
that. Oh, that might just be the jet lag.
Could be whatever it is. Yeah. So but then all of a sudden this testing thing. Oh, everybody was testing. You can get testing here and testing there, and finally, we just kind of navigated the week. And got through everything, and still, even with that, we had a chance to, after 4 days, George Macros had said, and Wes Youngberg was another doctor who used to be in Guam.
It's like you never left.
Said the same thing. Yeah, I'm communicating with 3 doctors, 1 here, 2 back there, and kind of get in, this triangulation of information, what I'm going to do. And they all helped me. It's amazing. Dr. I won't mention the name here just in case it might cause me a problem. But there's a doctor friend of mine that I use here, and then the 2 guys back there, and they just helped me through it. So after 4 days, it was pretty clear to me that I was past any kind of being contagious to anybody. So at that point, just kind of resumed normal activities.
Well, you caught it, and it sounds like you weren't even aware that you had it until you took the test.
I didn't know I had, until the 2 days later.
Yeah.
And when actually somebody else in our family.
So I was going to say, what kind of symptoms did you have?
I had mild fever, which lasted for a day, maybe even half a day. No runny nose, no headache. I had some muscle aches.
Could you still taste?
No. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I could taste. Everything was just kind of like normal, except the only thing that was normal, that was not normal, that plagued me the entire time were, and I love my family, but they all have like soft beds, soft, lumpy beds, man. And I was just trying my desperate, just trying to find a way to get comfortable, and I could not. I ate everywhere.
Yeah.
And for about 30 days. And
oh God. That's torture for guys our age.
Yeah. So
your age. Cool, because that was one of the things that worried me. Is one thing is, hey, so and so's got COVID, but Jerry's a couple of years older than I am, so you start to worry about the super seniors in your life. I'm glad that you made it, and I'm glad you're back. Tomorrow, maybe we'll spend more time talking about how things seem to be unraveling around the edges of COVID-19. A lot more criticism these days being leveled against guys like Fauci, the CDC, their isolation guidelines that seem to change for no apparent good reason. I'm glad that they did. I'm glad the isolation numbers are down, but you can still question the science on that all day long. The mask, they came out the other day and said basically unless it's an N95, it's useless. But don't go out and buy N95s now because we need to keep those for the first frontliners. Then you got the testing thing. So as you said, testing is 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Either you've got it or you don't have it, and there's loud criticism across the country of Biden's failure to anticipate the need or to at least make big orders for more of this rapid testing that can go on.
I'll forget the line, but it was essentially somebody came out and said, thank you so much for making all these tests available now that my symptoms are over with.
Well, here's the other one. He's authorized now the purchase of billions of these home tests that they're going to be sending to people in 14 days.
Well, and then somebody else.
Wait a second. If I've got the symptoms now, what good is it going to do me in 14 days?
And somebody else said 7 to 14 days. God, he says, give the whole shipment to Amazon. They'll have it to the world in 2 days.
Exactly. This guy, there was a CBS.
They're getting ready to dump him. They're getting ready to put him away.
You think?
Take a look at it. Well, take a look at where we are in terms of the midterm election coming, right? Take a look at where they feel they are. They're losing the moderate Democrats.
He's in a fight with his own party.
That's the point. That he's in a fight with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
The far left doesn't want him, doesn't like him anymore because didn't give them with all the things they wanted.
The
moderates realize that he sold the party away, right? They're just priming this guy for the step down, and Harris is not going to be the one. I don't know how they're going to figure that out. Now they're realizing we put the wrong VP in.
Oh my God!
So now what do we do?
That's the title of today's program.
Yeah.
Today we theme ourselves today with a great phrase from Kamala Harris. Hold on a second. It's good enough that I can put it back up on the screen because I may want to do this every day. When the reporters asked her, and this wasn't even a hardball interview. I mean, this is with one of their trusted news services in the White House, and they said, "Don't you think it's time that we change tax on COVID-19?" And she said, "This is her quote now, it's time for us to do what we've been doing, and that time is every day." And everybody walks away from that scratching their head.
What do you say?
What exactly does that mean? But the amazing thing is it is still the complicit media that we've got out there. If you pick up today's Pacific Daily News, guys, you got to do better on who you're picking for your editorial contributions. I think today they've got some guy in there that's talking about how great Biden is and the talking tough Biden that we've got out there. It's a David Shribman. Biden starts talking tough, and is a very soaring article about the great Joe Biden and the things that he would do if only people would pay attention and let him do them. 7:40 in the morning. Jerry Roberts back on the trail with the extra point. We're late for the 7:30 news. Is anybody surprised? I didn't think so. It's being brought to you by Top End Pest Control. Ken and Karen are taking today off from the bug zapping thing. I think you might be able to make reservations or leave a number. They'll get back to you on that. And also, it is Monday. And Monday's a good day over at the Burger King place because that's when they do their drive-through appreciation day. So if you're going to get the hungries later on for a Whopper, get in line now. Every 10th car gets a free one. And it's also being brought to you by Lolita Camet. Now, with Hafa Day Realty, for all of your real estate needs, you can always count on her. Give her a ring, 688-6743. Now, with news and headlines, Hafa, Mano, what happened?
Well, Guam and our neighboring islands not under any tsunami warning following an eruption of an underwater volcano off of Tonga this weekend. It was making headlines in the various news organizations, but there was a 4.9 earthquake that was reported yesterday morning. Just before 11, the earthquake occurred about 15 kilometers northwest of Agate. Meanwhile, about a dozen packets have already been picked up from the Guam Election Commission, the very latest from former Senator Jesse Lujan, who is a potential candidate now for the 37th Guam legislature. A packet was picked up for him. Lujan is listed as a Republican senatorial candidate. Several other packets were requested for the senatorial race. However, the candidates' names were not indicated in the Election Commission list. Meanwhile, senators go into session this week, Friday. So far, 7 bills on their agenda. A number of vetoed measures also on the agenda and could possibly be brought up for an override vote session scheduled for 9 a.m. And then that's again on Friday. And then 203 new cases of COVID reported out of 1,300 people tested on Saturday. More will be released today. There are 25 people in the hospital. The JIC says of those 25 who've been admitted, 20 of them are vaccinated. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Yeah, I got you. It's 7:42 in the morning. Some interesting stuff that is floating around out there. 888-825-5888-TALK. Jerry Roberts going to take off. Hey, keep an eye out. In fact, if you go out there right now, pretty Sarita Garin is going to be bringing in some pigigi and I think some corn soup.
I'll open the door for her.
I appreciate that very much. Jerry Roberts is going to save Real Joe a trip to the door. He's got because he's got other important buttons to push.
Attention! Lolita Camet is now with Hafa Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Camet now with Hafa Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
7:43 in the morning, and Sarita's in the studio now with all of this stuff.
Why she's
just
shy.
get in front of the microphone. Come on, it's okay. It's a holiday.
It's just your family anyway. Come on.
There we go. There we go. There's Sarita. So the Piggy adventure. How did that go?
Because I heard Mana.
Mhm.
She said, Sarah, I need a piggy delivered here. So I made it.
Did the kids help?
Oh, it smells amazing.
No, they
Mandy
didn't.
was working on the homework.
Kids don't usually like a piggy geek, right? Because this is like old people food.
Chancey likes it.
Oh, he
because
does.
He likes coconut.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, so
that
good.
is too sweet. Okay, well, I'm glad that you had the opportunity. Now, did you bring soup?
I
you make
did. I
soup?
did. I got the everyone's favorite corn soup, creamy corn soup.
Yum.
Yum.
Gonna have
I
some of
know
that when the news
Tim
is playing.
likes this one.
Uh-huh.
And Tony likes this one too, but sorry guys. It's not enough. But I'll make
There's a
some
love
more.
potion in there, Ray. Be
Armelin
careful,
has it.
bro.
I don't know if
Armelin has
there might be love potion in there. Sarita might have put the love potion into the. There's the high reel Joe. 7:44 in the morning. What do you got planned for the rest of the day?
Okay, I'm kind of working today.
What?
Yeah, W2.
Oh. Yeah, it's that time.
It's that time. It's good.
Mana likes it. It's approved.
Really? Okay.
It is approved. We're moving you into potential sister-in-law status. I'm just playing around. 7:45 in the morning. Do we want to do traffic? Or do we want to launch into whatever the traffic is that Sarita's going to get herself into in a couple of minutes? Right on. Here it comes. Is there anything that's happening on Guam's roadways that anybody needs to know about? No high-speed chases, no motorcycle accidents out there, no guns on Uzis on the highway. That's good. Nothing happening up at Anderson Air Force Base into the downtown. Day-to-do area is running clear as well. Southbound Marine Corps Drive into Ganya area is likewise running very, very clear. Expect I spoke too soon maybe. I guess the guy showed up to work. I guess they woke up Gomer and said, you go stand at the front of Naval Base Guam here and check IDs, son. And he did. So we got traffic moving a little bit slower into NBG here this morning. It's 7:45. There's your right now traffic. This here is The Point. Hold on, he's getting a hug. Now, we can play the commercial.
Need to finish the job or start one the right way? Get the right stuff at East West Rental Center. You can switch to easy mode using industrial strength equipment. With years of experience helping builders, East West Rental gives you exactly what you need. Tools for landscaping, concrete, lifts, trucks, tables, tents, chairs, water blasters, excavators, forklifts, air compressors, and more. Call East West Rental Center at 646-1463 or visit them in Upper Tumont. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 to 5, Sundays 8 to 5. Burger King fans rejoice. The Italian original chicken sandwich is back. Made with lightly breaded white meat chicken, the sandwich is topped with a warm marinara sauce and melted mozzarella cheese, all sandwiched between an elongated sesame seed bun. Top this off with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coke Zero. Of course, like all good things, the Italian original chicken sandwich will only be available for a limited time. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Haggatya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK, your way.
It's 7:47 Monday morning, and I guess there is work going on. So we're here in the office. Sarita's headed into the office to take care of the W-2s and all of that kind of financial paperwork that has got to be done here in just a little bit. We've got the tax season that starts in just a few days, January the 24th. So good luck on that. My recommendation, it's always been this: make better than about 50 grand a year. It's a good idea to help preserve as much of whatever it is that you're making and keeping that dough out of loose hands. And there's ways to do that. Go and find Benita Menglonia. It sounds like a plug, but she's one of those people that is in school practically every day because the rules are changing so rapidly. And she does Zoom meetings and all these video conferences in the middle of the night to stay on top of what's going on with your taxes. So deal with that. I wonder if we ought to do the same kind of survey. Wonder if there ought to be one of the big stories that I saw. I was looking at the newspaper in the gas station yesterday when I was buying my beer. And the PDN reported yesterday, was in the Post on Saturday, that that the car score thing is going away. We aren't doing the car score anymore. And didn't that just go, wait, hold on. There was a time where, our lives revolved around the car score. It's what everybody looked at. Do you remember striving for five? 5 what? 5 Cabreras on the car score. That's what we were all striving for, because when we got to 5, and we did better than 5, we got it down into tenths of digits here. We got to that, then it was supposed to be, well, we're out of this thing. And you just go, every time I think about this, and I've had enough time, and I've said the words to as many people, but every time I think about our response to COVID-19 and how none of it seemed to make any damn difference whatsoever. We were locking people up for 14 days at a time in the hotels. I actually got into a scrap with somebody about this, and I was like, well, hey, at least they were quarantined in a nice hotel like the Dusit. I said, oh, my God, it's a gilded cage, for heaven's sakes. Just because, and ask them about the food. The only thing they really liked about any of it was the fact that the guards people were fairly even-handed in their treatment. And I was talking to one lady who was sent to the Dusit and had that harrowing feeling because she was escorted to her room by somebody in uniform, and they put her in the room, and then they closed the door, and she realized, unlike what happens when the bell guy brings your luggage to the room, nobody handed her a little tiny envelope with the key.
Shawshank.
Yeah. Welcome to that. Welcome to that. But did that make any difference whatsoever? We still got COVID. We still got the Delta, and we've gotten the Omicron. We presume, because we've got things that match the symptoms, but we don't have the technology around here to be able to prove that to ourselves. So I wonder, maybe we ought to do a survey like the CBS News did. They'd asked, in terms of the United States and the way they've dealt with coronavirus, do you think it is going well or do you think it is going badly? 36% of the people that were surveyed said it's going well. 64%. In educational terms, less than a passing grade, said it was going badly. And there's a whole lot. They were asking people how they made how President Biden made them feel. I'll share those numbers before too much longer, because we're talking about education now. My buddy Mark Mendiola from the Ed Board's on the line. Good morning, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray, Mana, Joe, Hoppin'. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
You know what? We're okay. We're working, and you're one of those guys, Ed Board kind of guys. I know that it's rare for you to take anything like an entire day off. So I imagine that there might be some Ed Board stuff going through your head today. I thought I'd check in and find out, besides the fights in the schools, anything else that you're thinking about these days?
Yeah, Ray, thanks for, January is actually one of our busiest months. We got a couple of work sessions coming up. We're going to be discussing our budget request. That's being prepared for the board to review and pass, and hopefully we get it to the legislature by law the 31st of January.
Yeah. And
so we also, at the beginning of every year, also we have, we're looking at the strategic plan. We're looking at different things. Of course, you're talking about the virus, and, there's a lot of multiple moving targets, with that in play. But we're up to the challenge. Back to the community, just be safe, talk to your kids about just, being safe about, going out there to different places, ensure that they, mitigate their risk to catching the virus.
Or don't, because I don't know. Still, even with the Omicron, I'm still surprised at the numbers coming out of the Department of Education. Yeah, they're on the rise. But my guess is those kids ought to probably be the ones that got sick last week are probably able to go to school this week.
Yeah, so we're tracking that. Of course, we're relying heavily on public health to kind of give us the guidance. And of course, they started the outreach of the vaccination clinics. Just providing opportunities for people to make decisions on, what they think is best for their families. But at the end of the day, the schools have been prepared. I got to give it up to our administrators. They're dealing with a lot of issues. And one of the things I think that we're looking at as people get sick with this Omicron, or any, even the Delta variant, it's putting a strain on our resources because, of course, people get out. Just personally, me talking, my son were notified that they have come in contact with someone that has the virus, and so of course, we have to keep him home, monitor him, make accommodations for him to get his lessons. And then, of course, my wife being a teacher and me working also, we just got to be very careful.
Isolate the kid from her so she can keep going to the classroom.
Right. Yeah. So, those are the challenges we're faced with. And I think it's not just unique to also the public schools, but even the private schools. I heard some private schools are also having to shut down or, postpone in-face learning. There's just different things that we're having to deal with them.
No, if you're a parent that's paying tuition to the private schools and they say, yeah, we're going to go back to, remote learning, and say, that's not what I'm paying for. Right. I want the kids to be in the school. That's why I'm paying the big bucks on the tuition here. 7:53 in the morning. I do need to talk about what's going on with the fights. It was kind of tongue in cheek in the first hour of the program. You were listening, talking about how we should not tolerate any fighting in school, but we should exploit it one way or the other. Back in the day, Sister always used to threaten us when we were having a scrap with each other. I'm going to put you guys in a boxing ring in the playground and bring everybody out to watch you fight. And it just seems to me that in some of these cases, maybe that's what we ought to do with these kids. Oh, you're a scrapper? All right, well let's get you in there and scrap. We'll make this your PE for today. How's that? Giving some we'll give them some headgear and some boxing gloves and let them take it out like that.
Yeah, it's very concerning for us. We know the anxiety levels are really up, but man, with these videos that are circulating, you just kind of make you wonder, like, wow, what are these kids thinking,
Well, what are their parents thinking? I hate to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. The coconuts don't fall very far from the tree, and I'm sure that the parents would, when they come to pick up the kid from school that day after they've been held waiting for them, the parents are going to say, "Oh, my little kid would never do something like this. Are you sure?" Well, you can show them the video of these kids throwing haymakers like the kinds that I've seen over the last couple of days. But the other part of me, Mark, says, these kids are watching videos and the TikToks and all of these things and are learning more dangerous ways to fight. To what degree do we need to bring back we used to have armed marshals in the schools before, didn't we? Not armed. Right. I don't think we armed. Did we arm?
Yeah. We have resource officers, and of course, that's there's just tremendous amount of things that are going out there. Children nowadays are really exposed, like you mentioned, to a lot of the, things through social media, and they're pushing for those likes, but man, they don't realize that how dangerous this could be. And you're right. Sometimes I remember a couple of students that came to one of my classes. I teach some boxing, right, cardio fitness, and some of these kids come in, they think they can fight, and you put them in there for a couple minutes and they're gassed out.
Good.
I said, this is something, but it really comes down to me a self-respect and discipline, and just learning how to walk away from situations that can be very volatile and create a bigger issue for these kids. And I think coming to the root of the problem, we can only do so much as a school system, but you're absolutely right. It has to be a partnership with the parents. Parents need to step up, and they need to talk to their kids and let them know that these types of behavior is not acceptable.
Well, and unfortunately, I'm sure that some of these kids are coming from homes where that kind of behavior is not just acceptable, but maybe even routine. 7:56 and change. I also think that there needs to be more with the criminal justice system. I don't want another situation. And in fact, the last fight was that I saw was over at Southern, and Southern saw a fatality a few years ago. There was a boy, and there's no kind of way to say this. He was murdered by his classmates. And I think we live in this world where just because it happens at a school, we kind of look the other way. I think in some cases we're going to call the police first and your parents next. When they want to know where to pick you up, we'll pick you up over at the lockup, or you get picked up over at juvenile because we're going to have you arrested for assault.
Yeah, so the superintendent sent out a letter to the whole entire community, the DOE family, and basically saying, look, if you guys continue down the path, expulsion is going to be, and you're no longer going to be able to be a danger to anybody else and yourself in the school system, And so that's the final remedy, I guess, that the superintendent has at his disposal. But of course, it gets reported to the authorities, and then it becomes a criminal case. yeah, I mean, it's
Well, look, you
lot of
want
things
to
that
act like a thug. We're going to teach you. We're going to treat you like a thug.
Right. And, that's the thing, like you said, some of these kids are learning this from somewhere and bringing it into the schools. The one that's kind of concerning, though, is the ones where the students organize these little, fights in the hallways and stuff like that, and they monitor it. And we always asking, where are the school aides? These kids know how to, mask things. And I saw a video where a couple of kids were in the restroom and, they were swinging at each other, and then about maybe 2 minutes into it, they shake hands and like nothing happened, and that's very dangerous. And so those are the types of things and anybody who's caught up in that is, there's going to be disciplinary action taken, and the superintendent has authorized the administrators to, put a stop to a lot of these things and through disciplinary action. So
high school on Guam shouldn't be like Squid Games, bro. A lot of work needs to get done on that.
Yeah.
And we go through this about once every couple of years, and a lot of it has to do with part of it is these kids want to have this stuff on their videos on their phones. I don't want to say take the phones away from the kids, but let's take the phones away from the kids. If there's no way to memorialize this and make it go viral, maybe there might be less of it. Of course, that might be a little bit too much of the pedestrian view of things in the school. It's been a long time since I've been in those situations, so I couldn't really tell you. But maybe it's a start. We're going to start confiscating cell phones.
Right. That's the child who confiscate it. Parents come, pick it up, and they give it right back to the kids. The same with the vape stuff, the
vape stuff.
My wife tells me that, these students come in and, they get these things taken away and they come back. And it's not just from my wife, but I hear from other educators. They see these things happening and parents come in, pick it up, and then they return it.
Yeah, well, the second time we have to take your phone and your vape away, then you're going to be expelled. 7:59 and change. It's always fun talking with you, Mark. We'll get the kids in your backyard ring before too much longer.
All right, have a good one, Ray.
I will. Happy MLK Day. We'll talk again soon. 8 o'clock in the morning, Fox News Live.
Yesterday was heard on a live stream calling for the release of a Pakistani neuroscientist from prison nicknamed Lady Al-Qaeda. Fox's Mike Tobin has more on who she is.
Lafia Siddiqui was once dubbed the most dangerous woman in the world. After the attacks of 9/11, she took her kids back to Pakistan with the belief that her kids would have a forced conversion to Christianity if they stayed in the U.S. She and her husband divorced when she became active with the Taliban on the Afghan border. She later married the nephew of 9/11 mastermind Khaled Sheikh Mohammed. She was picked up in Afghanistan in 2008. Authorities say she had a zip drive containing plans for making things like dirty bombs, even weaponizing the Ebola virus. One of the plans was called a mass casualty attack with U.S. targets. Remarkably, while being questioned, she got a hold of an M4 rifle and opened fire on her interrogators. She was convicted for that in 2010 and sentenced to 86 years in U.S. prison.
President Biden on Sunday praised the cooperation between local law enforcement and the FBI. Meanwhile, a winter storm that dumped snow across the Midwest has moved south.
If we look at South Carolina and North Carolina combined, that's about 15 million people that live in the two states. Duke Energy has said that it could be about 750,000 people that lose power as this storm continues to tick up into this area.
Fox's Robert Ray reports from Asheville, North Carolina. And the Commonwealth of Virginia inaugurating Virginia Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin on Saturday. Shortly after officially taking office, Governor Youngkin signed a slew of executive actions, including one giving parents the right to choose regarding masking their kids in the classroom.
We're providing them the ability to make the right decision for their child with regards to their child's well-being.
Governor Youngkin speaking on Fox News Sunday. America is listening Fox News.
Eat Fresh Refresh goes on at Subway. You've tried the Cali Fresh steak. Now you can enjoy the Cali Fresh turkey. One of only 2 Cali Fresh subs. The Cali Fresh turkey is packed with deli-thin, oven-roasted turkey piled high on a bed of hickory smoked bacon, smashed avocado, and fresh mozzarella. Crafted for premium freshness, the Cali Fresh turkey is made on freshly baked, hearty, multi-grain bread with your choice of fresh veggies, hand-sliced daily in restaurants. Treat yourself to a Cali Fresh turkey today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Midwestern comedian Bridget Evers' new series, Somebody Somewhere, debuts on HBO.
Somebody Somewhere follows Sam, a true Kansas girl who, beneath it all, struggles to fit into the hometown mold. The new series, debuting on HBO, stars comedian Bridget Everett as Sam. It's based on her life, set in Manhattan, Kansas, where she grew up.
I'm so sorry about Holly. She was a few years ahead of us, right? No, I knew I recognized you. No, you didn't. I didn't.
It follows Sam in her midlife crisis after her sister unexpectedly passes away, and she moves back home to spend time with her parents and sister. In the process, she rediscovers the kind of person she wants to be. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
And after a month at the top of the box office, Spider-Man No Way Home has finally been overtaken by Scream. Sunday studio estimates say the Paramount Pictures reboot grossed $30.6 million over the weekend. Paramount forecasts that Scream will total $35 million over the 4-day holiday weekend. Meanwhile, Spider-Man No Way Home slipped to second place, but continued to rise in the record books, making $20.8 million in its fifth weekend of release. And Girl Scout cookie season is here.
If you've ever wondered what's the most popular Girl Scout cookie in my state, Google has the answer. USA Today reports that the most searched cookies in 38 states were Thin Mints. Tagalongs were tops in searches in 8 states, including Wyoming, Mississippi, Alabama, New Hampshire, and Alaska. South Dakota is the only one where Do-si-dos are the most searched. Adventurefuls are a new cookie this year, and they were most searched in Kansas, Iowa, and Arkansas. You can go to girlscoutcookies.org to get your cookies or download the Girl Scout Cookie Finder app. Nationwide deliveries start next month, and this year the Girl Scouts have partnered with DoorDash to deliver their cookies. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
I'm Mary Corsetti, and this is Fox News.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478 Auto.
Howdy, Chili's is serving y'all some Texas-sized family meal, because everything's bigger in Texas. Enjoy full racks of Chili's world-famous big back ribs, margarita chicken, savory shrimp, beef fajita, smoked jalapeno sausages, mashed potatoes, and corn on the cob. Man, this meal's bigger than Dallas, but it ain't breaking the bank. Chili's has Texas-sized family meals for just $45 to feed your crew of 3 to 6 folks. For your youngins, just add $5 for a kid's meal. Chili's, more life and bigger meals happen here.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron. With a look at your local news on the point, there were 203 new cases of COVID-19 reported in this morning's JIC. That's out of 1,316 people tested on Saturday. More will be released today. To date, there have been 23,318 officially reported cases. Meanwhile, the vaccination and testing continues over at the Teedzin Carnival Grounds as the testing site. Of course, public health still following the scheduled clinics. The change, though, however, was announced this weekend that appointment slots have been all filled up for today and tomorrow, and then the change will accommodate those who are unscheduled but do have COVID symptoms for the unscheduled slots that have been allotted. Meanwhile, from the JIC, there are 25 people in the hospital. 20 of them are vaccinated. Also, Public Health issued some new guidance yesterday that should make it easier on people flying in from countries where vaccination and exception screening is already being done by airlines. Public Health's new travel policy follows guidelines from the CDC, and starting yesterday, local health officials will stop processing passengers and airline crew members of flights from foreign countries where airlines are already screening for vaccination. According to the department, the change allows Public Health to avoid duplicating efforts and manage resources responsibly. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
Former Senator Jesse Lujan, a potential candidate in the upcoming election. A packet was picked up for him at the Guam Election Commission. In fact, several packets were picked up over the weekend for the senatorial race. However, other than Lujan, other candidates' names were not indicated. Meanwhile, at the 36th Guam legislature, senators will go into session this Friday. So far, they've got 7 bills on the agenda and a number of vetoed measures on the agenda as well. They could possibly be brought up for an override vote. Session is scheduled for 9 o'clock on Friday morning. And police haven't released any more details on a motorcycle crash that took place in Barragata Heights on Saturday. The motorcycle, which was apparently trying to avoid police officers trying to pull him over, ran into a moving black truck on Route 16 over by Vinny's. The driver of the motorcycle was seen in pictures lying on the ground. He was taken to the hospital where he's said to have had serious injuries, but no update was given on his condition this morning. Meanwhile, police investigating that crash, they have not released any details of that investigation other than there was a gun found near the bike at the scene of the crash. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
No, not weather yet. I'm still trying to get to the bottom of this. I just need to get a hold of some food truck people. I got in my messenger on Facebook. Apparently, they have painted, and I can only see one lane here where they've done this, but apparently they've painted an area oceanside of Skinner Plaza bright red, and the words "No parking, fire lane" there.
Oh wow! Man.
Yeah.
That's a bummer, man.
Yeah, that's usually there's usually a bunch of food trucks there anyway, but the place gets even tighter when it's Food Truck Thursday over at the Skinner Plaza area. So what is going on? Have they decided that they aren't going to allow food trucks there, or find an excuse to get rid of the food trucks? Is this legitimately an issue where the fire department is saying that that's a fire lane? There's a whole Marine Drive right in front of it. Why do we need to make that the fiery lane? I don't know.
I imagine that there's a fire hydrant close by, maybe. And so maybe the food trucks have...
I don't know. We're gonna see what we can find out. Who's that?
That's Ken.
Ken's on. Ken is actually
the other governor.
The other governor, Leon Guerrero. So this is one view of it, and give you another view that shows both sides of the street. I can never remember what the name of it. It is in between the Doak Strip, and then Marine Corps Drive over here, Chamorro Village on the other side, and then you've got that whole walk space there with in between that and Skinner Plaza. But it looks like they've said that we're not going to be allowing any parking down there. So I wanted to know a little bit more about this. Ken Leon Guerrero is on the same chat on Facebook and says this looks like a declaration of war between the government of Guam and small businesses.
Absolutely. On one hand, the governor goes out weekly talking about her love and concern and the plight of our small businesses. And then while she's patting them in the back, with a SKS dagger in her hand,
Well, she's not saying. Yes, I don't see it as being. Perhaps it is a legitimate fire lane because I don't see any signs saying no solicitation or no business.
But it's never been before. It's never been before, and so why all of a sudden this change?
Well, let's look at it from a logistical point of view. There are no buildings and no population centers and no fire.
There's a museum right there.
Area.
There's a museum.
The museum that was built It's on the other side up there by the opposite end of the plaza.
Is it not on Soledad Street?
No, it's not. It's up there on. You live on Guam so long, you go by streets, landmarks instead of street signs. It's up there by the plaza. So it's at the opposite end of the plaza. There's no population centers. There's not even a fire hydrant in that area.
Well, I was going to say, why all of a sudden are we declaring a fire lane and no parking there? It's that we've never had anything like that before. A and B, Marine Drive is right across the way. Don't go down Soledad. Go down Marine Corps Drive if you need to move an ambulance or a fire truck into something. And if there was something that required a huge knockdown, drag out fire truck, I'm sure we'd find ways to get it in there. They have hoses now, right? We can just take the hose from and then drag it over here. They're long hoses, right? I mean, they're not like the ones at my house, 20 feet, just enough to do the car.
Yeah, well, it goes back to. Somebody said something to somebody, and the next thing you know, out of the blue. And not only that, but charging permit. I hear that they're charging permits for fire trucks, for food trucks to park there, calling it a highway access fee when they're not even parking on the highway. Yet, whenever there's a funeral or anything, you can block up Marine Corps Drive. I drove by Petey one day, and they had traffic blocked up from a house on Marine Corps Drive practically all the way to ASAN, and they had cones put up taking one lane. I wonder how many people paid a highway access fee for that one.
It's part of the $10,000 COVID lottery that you win when you die with COVID. 8:14 in the morning. Well, this is interesting. Now, have you been there? Does this? Because I'm curious whether this have they redlined the entire block, or is it just this part here along Soledad? Are we redlined all the way over to the post office on one side? Are we redlined all the way over to the parking across from where's that Southern Mountain Gear?
Well, I'm going to go down there and take a look.
Could you go now?
Because I'm planning to call the administration on it, because this is very similar to the roadblocks, the public educational roadblocks.
Why do we hate food trucks on Guam? I don't understand why we hate food trucks on Guam. They were perfectly okay. The reason why they went to Skinner Plaza is because the legislature chased them off the foundation of the old administration building that they still aren't doing anything with.
No, that's not true. They have planters on it.
Well, they've got yes to the community garden, but no to the food trucks. So if we can't, that I'll tell you what, that vitalizes the downtown Hagutnya area. And how come if they were worried about a fire lane, why didn't they put this up when they had the Christmas decorations? Why didn't they show that when they were making a big deal about Christmas in Hagutnya?
Well, it goes back to all animals are created equal. Some are more equal than others. So did the food trucks contribute to the last fundraiser for the governor? I'll bet you if we pulled up the donation, we would see California Pizza Kitchen did. That's the only reason I can think of why all of a sudden, out of a blue, we start redlining parking areas. Now, I guarantee you they didn't do that entire Soledad, because that would have blocked off GCIC building, which would have made it difficult for government and Guam employees who work for Department of Labor to park. They didn't.
Yeah, did that go all the way down to Antigua?
Hawaii.
Does it? Yeah. Does it go all the way down to Antigua? Does that mean we can't park in front of Moses anymore? Or but in front of Stacks? What's the deal? Inquiring minds are going to want to know here. Or is it just that place because that's where the food trucks are going? This is going to be an interesting story, and I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things. Like I said, it vitalized the downtown Hagutnya area. It made it worth going down because we're not doing Wednesday night market across the street.
Don't they also do the food trucks on the sides of the museum?
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to find out is if the red line goes all the way up and down towards the Rotopope. I know that's not the correct way to pronounce to refer to that as. Yeah, but it's in my head. Can you find out? Go now, Ken. Go now, right now. What?
I'll
eat your look. You can eat your.
In the middle of something right now.
Well. So, fine.
But I will
find somebody else. Get down there.
Because, Yeah, because I plan to call the administration on this later this morning.
Well, we're
and
doing
get
it right
their,
now, but I'd like to find out if there's Mana says she'll go.
All right, I'll go.
There it is, Ken. Never mind, you're
She
fired.
is a news person, and this is news, you know.
Don't we like to do it?
another
We're the
Actually,
laziest.
I'm not a news person. I'm a newspaper reader.
Yeah, look, we just do I
That's
need
my
to
official
explain
title around here.
Yeah, do I need to explain the way this program works? We don't actually go get the news. We report the news and comment on the news, but we're not actually the guys that go out there and get it. We leave that kind of thing to, I don't know, you and Candid and cousin Troy and Johnny. So anyway, listen, I'm going to let you go. If you're not interested in covering this for me, that's all right. Mana will go and Mana will take a look at it later.
I will talk to you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Passive aggressive. So where's the chief of police? Chief of the fire department?
I'm
Can
trying.
you ring?
I'm trying.
Where's the deputy?
Chief Stone?
Chief Stone,
St. Nicholas?
St. Nicholas would be good.
I'll try. I'm trying.
Yeah, because somebody put fire lane down there, and if this is a legitimate thing, because we're concerned about ingress and egress for fire trucks and ambulances, okay, I get it. Then, but I don't know why we didn't need it for the last 2 years. We've been doing food truck Thursday nights down there, or does that mean that they're going to let the food trucks go back to the Plaza de España and the foundation, the unused foundation of the old administration
Man,
building?
can I tell you, bring back Wednesday night markets at Chamorro Village. I went there last week, walked through, and it was like a ghost town. It was just so sad walking through there.
Oh my God! There's Jamaican Grill, and practically every time I go there, that's the only place that's doing any
There's a
business.
couple of restaurants in there, a couple of new ones, in fact, that I noticed. But the stores, the shops, I just feel so bad because a lot of them were shuttered up. There are a few open, but it was like a ghost town.
Why do you hate small business, Gov Guam? Why? I mean, just why do you hate them? These are people going out there and taking their money, borrowing. I'll bet from their family because they go up and down Route 7 behind the old Rainbow Market is where there's a bunch of guys that are selling actual food trucks here. So we've got a blossoming industry. We've made it so it's impossible and uncertain to whether or not we can open a restaurant somewhere with all the different changing myriad rules and regulations for COVID-19. We're open, we're closed. We're open, but only for takeout. We're only open outside. We can go inside now if you're vaccinated, but you got to eat outside if you're unvaccinated. If I was a brick and mortar restaurant, I think pretty much these days that the increased cost for employing people, the increased cost of goods, the availability of the things that we need to make food, I tell you what, this is a good time to get out of that business or is scaled down like the people want to do with these food trucks. But no, we make it as hard as possible to do what it is that you got to do to make a way around here. They just want more people, but be in a position where they have to bow down now to the government. 20 after 8 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show. Here's that weather that Mana was asking about. Scattered showers today, partly sunny in the forecast. Daytime high 85 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 88 degrees. There really isn't all that much going on these days. Mostly cloudy in the forecast. I got overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Know this, a rip and hazardous surf warning in effect today. I'd say, probably up on the western side of the island, definitely up north, but generally anywhere around this time of year can be kind of ruinous out there. Be careful. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:14. There's your news and weather together on The Point.
Attention Guam Power Authority commercial accounts. GPA proudly announces that our Energy Sense rebate program has just gotten bigger and better to include customers on rate schedule G and J. With GPA's Energy Sense program, commercial accounts can receive up to $350 per ton in rebates with the purchase of a qualified unit through any of our approved vendors. The GPA Energy Sense rebate program helps lower energy costs, improves energy efficiency, and saves you money. Visit us at guampowerauthority.com/energysense. Effective dates for units may vary.
Havalai?
Oh, yeah, that's you, Lai.
I know, but which one, Lai?
Mescla.
Mescla.
I'm gonna be like Gatson.
Hey, dude. Tomorrow Fusion at its best. Readers of Pika knows this, and you knows this now as well. All kinds of fantastic food that you can get in there, including the tinaktak that's made with octopus. That's right. And a little bit of Gibson in there is the good stuff. And then we've got this candied salmon over the scallion rice and plenty more. And a couple of different places called Moses to be able to take Mescla to be able to take care of you, including the one that in the Grand Plaza down there in Tumon. You can call them up and make reservations and plenty more. Find your favorite burger and find your favorite place to eat it at Mescla.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Charlie Robinson is saying, happy Monday to the Point fam. Living in the Pacific online. Randy Landis, Jose Tetpahagu, Buenos, Jen Hafadeh, Dave Rowley, and John Ray Uggan, who says, call the Guam Museum director. Is this a Bavacqua thing? Did Bavacqua turn off the lights for the food truck parties over at
Yes.
Skinner Plaza? You know, maybe it was people complaining about the trash cans getting all full and not getting picked up for a couple of days.
I saw Peggy Denny out there yesterday.
Alan Riccaggio says, the most efficient newscast ever. Yeah, absolutely. That's our model, buddy. Frank Perez, the Ron DeSantis model is not good enough for any Democratic governor. Tom Mendiola, buenas to Francis Duffy. Pat Saho, Gia St. Nicholas is online. Randy says, if there should be a fire lane anywhere, it should be along the more congested street like by Moses. That would actually make some kind of sense. Sylvia Barbie, Dave Dinsman, and Carl Meyer all hanging out in the program here this morning. Anybody want to be able to give me an answer on that? We'll see what we can find, because it just feels kind of matapeng. Is that one of my favorite words to use sometimes? Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez bringing some sunshine onto the program here. Buenos and Hafadeh, Uncle Carl.
Morning, Ray, Mana, and Joe. How are you?
We're great. I love that sound of the voice here. He's got energy. He's got enthusiasm. Ready for another day of slaying the dragons and trying to make it so that we've got more people trying to make their way to Guam, USA. You guys are thinking about that tourist welfare program again, right?
Well, I'm not sure about moving forward with too much welfare. You know that the Japan, for example, is fully vaccinated, 75%. Korea is about 85% fully vaccinated, and Taiwan's about 82% fully vaccinated. So by the time we're ready to open up, everybody would have been vaccinated or have gotten COVID, and all they want to do is leave their country and come to Guam. And
I get that feeling every once in a while. You know, there are arrivals from our source markets, and there are many Koreans that are enjoying. In fact, I was over at Teray the other day, and every other table had what looked like. I'm almost positive that they were visiting Koreans because they were taking a whole lot of selfies and grabbing a lot of shots over what is one of the most iconic coconut trees that we've got here on Guam. I think maybe we got to get somebody from to make sure that coconut tree is protected as best as possible from rhinoceros beetles. And I think you're the only guy I know that's able to bring back a tree from the brink.
Okay, I want to make sure of that, Ray. But you're right; they're itching to travel, and I know that the protocol coming back to Korea is a little onerous for some people, but the others, they just want to get out. They just really want to get out. And Guam has sold itself, let's say, in Taiwan through the Airbnb program. I mean, we got $6 million worth of free advertisement just from the people that came here, social media. So they know Guam's on their mind. And giving out freebies, I don't know whether, we want to anger some more people in the community for doing some of these things. They don't understand as much as we do about, having incentives for people to come. But I believe we've overgrown that incentive already situation, except maybe the PCR test from Korea, which has been really working very well.
Well, and that's a big deal because it saves them several, in some cases, hundreds of dollars in their travel, and that's money that they can spend here on Guam before they leave.
That's correct, and that thing has been working well. But to give another $250, for example, above that, we just don't have the funds right now. We are under budgeted at GVB, for example, but the board pretty much likes the $175 PCR test that we pick up, and hopefully that thing will also go away when everybody in Korea changes their protocol. They don't need to get that, so we'll stay with that. And if need be, I guess we'll go back and relook at the giving incentives in case Saipan, which is the one we're looking at, starts giving away more. Incentives than we are. We have to catch up.
Well, we also got to figure out how to market recent changes from the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and they've actually found something that I agree with, and a policy I think that is smart. And is if you get on an airplane and you've already been tested, if you've already been cleared with vaccines, then we're not going to talk about quarantining or inspections and those kinds of things here on Guam. I guess the assumption is if you made it on the airplane, then you ought to be clean enough to enjoy some time on Guam. I think the more that we tell people there is one less hurdle to travel coming to Guam, I think that will be a benefit to the hospitality industry.
And they show the duplication of efforts and the amount of money you spend for something that's already being accomplished, at the point of entry. The point of embarkation. Right. So I think things are going well. I think just the way Guam's going, the way Dr. Berg is kind of thinking, I think that we're going to figure out how to, since I would say we're 95% vaccine here and maybe 50% already gotten the COVID, So pretty soon we're in herd immunity. And so far, from what I know, my entire family almost has gotten COVID and they gotten over it quickly. It's very mild. But they're safe now, and they'll feel safer when they go out. I'm the only one standing here with Seth that doesn't have COVID yet from the family, but everybody around me.
It's got to. Now, this is true. There have been a couple of places where easier than others to pick up, and it's just a matter of time, I think, before we can say that Omicron, it is definitely Omicron, it is definitely swept through the community, and will provide us the kind of immunity that we need, perhaps against all kinds of other variants of the COVID-19 vaccine when they start coming out. Do what you got to do to take care of yourself. Do what you got to do to take care of the hospital and the real frontliners that are in this battle against COVID-19. Make sure that we got some fresh horses coming in to relieve them when it's time, and maybe then we can market ourselves as that kind of safe destination for everybody to come and enjoy Guam. Hey, do me a favor, see what you can find out about because arguably when the tourists start coming back to Guam, they're going to need something to do, and Mana wants us to bring back the Wednesday night market in Agana, and I'd like to find out who is in charge of this harassment against the food trucks that like to park on Soledad in front of the Skinner Plaza.
That's Thursday night, right?
Yeah, Thursday. Yeah, Food Truck Thursday. That's huge.
Chamorro Village altogether.
Chamorro Village you're talking about,
Mana.
No,
both.
Yeah.
Mana wants Wednesday night.
Not just Wednesday night market, just the Chamorro Village altogether, because all of those shops are just empty. And it's such a beautiful place and an attraction for visitors and locals, too.
I think they have to redo the whole thing, reconfigure what goes in there now, because a lot of people have just moved out. But you're right. We have to provide something that we have control over ourselves and not expect the private sector that lost a lot of money to just open up and things will get better, But some things that we have control of, you're right, Lana, we should do.
Maybe some of the Made in Guam products, have them set up there and do their demonstrations and how their products are made. I think locals would really enjoy having that opportunity as well.
Well, they get that recycling place down there as well. So Wednesday night market, Chamorro Village in general, Wednesday night market specifically, and if you haven't had enough of downtown Agana, then let's find out what's going on, why they painted a fire lane in front of on Soledad in front of Skinner Plaza. It's kind of annoying here because a lot of these small businesses are being operated by guys maybe that had lost their positions during COVID-19 in the hotels and restaurants, so they just kind of opened up their own.
Yeah, absolutely. So, one thing I like to say too, Ray, is that I think the Delta variant outdid itself, and because I guess they were killing a lot of people, and viruses don't want anybody to die; they want to replicate themselves. So they came out with Omicron, which is probably a lot better, so everybody can get immune, after getting it in a mild way.
I've got my fingers crossed that that's going to be good news for us and lead to brighter sunsets in the coming days. Uncle Carl, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Hugging a kiss to Auntie Jerry.
Thank you. She's here listening to you. And
I love you, Auntie Jerry.
Nobody loves you more than me. We're your favorites. We're your favorites, and everybody knows. 8:30. Don't tell the kids. We know we are your favorites. Anyway, 8:32. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a fantastic day, Uncle Carl. Thanks for the hospitality Friday.
Thank you.
All right. That's the Migo. 888-825-5888-TAOK is the telephone number around here. Hey, it looks like we might actually get you in the news early. Before 20 till. We'll also looking to see if there's anybody that'll answer our phone on a Monday morning, wondering out loud why it is all of a sudden bright red paint, Coca-Cola red, Budweiser red paint, and the words Fire Lane down that road. What are we fire laning from? Is there a big 10-story building next to that? Is this, we're worried we're going to have the towering inferno and not be able to get something in there? We'll see what we can find out for you. Very, very interesting development over the last couple of days. Now, Montesilva with the last look at big news and headlines is coming up next.
When making the new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich, people asked how I felt about burger places selling fried chicken. I'd say that's none of my business. Just like making fried chicken is none of theirs. The new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich with mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound filet as far as the eye can see. Get comfy. It's gonna be a while.
The new Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich is back for good, along with the new all-white meat KFC chicken sandwiches, Zinger, Super Deluxe, and Grilled Doublicious. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, starting at $127 per paycheck. Zero down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Elvis Kanata on YouTube. So 20 vaxxed and 5 unvaxxed in the hospital. Looks like the vaxxed immune systems are impaired while the unvaxxed systems are working much better. Just saying. Or a friend. Also saying, go Niners. Haven't paid any attention to that game. Has that started yet, Real Joe? Are you paying any attention?
It started at 7:30, but I haven't been paying attention.
Okay, we'll see if we can
sorry.
get yeah, it's a wild card. It's a wild card game. I don't know. Who's big Niners? That's Jack Larimer, right? That's his team?
Yeah, a lot of
That's why
people's
Jack's
team.
not on. That's why I haven't seen Jack Larimer online yet this morning, because he's watching the fat ball game. DP says appointments filled with people testing out of fear, while the ones with symptoms can't get their test. Well, if you're symptomatic, regardless of whether or not you've got an appointment, you should be able to go to the testing sites. You'll still have to wait because to make an appointment, but they will prioritize symptomatic folks over asymptomatic people without appointments. Mono will have details on that before too much longer. And Raul Mont is going, they painted a fire lane around Soledad?
Kellis called and he said that's the only place.
Right there?
Yeah, right there.
So not along the other side of the road? It's just we need to...
No.
Just right there?
Right there.
Wasn't that little... So in front of the old seaside?
No, yeah, as you go down, he said there's nothing.
Nothing in front of in front of CPK?
No,
Nothing in front of...
Grill. Nothing there. Nothing down by Moylan's.
8:35 makes perfect sense, Real Joe. Like everything this government does. It's time for our last look at big news and headlines. Montesilva Tavern. What happened?
Well, a dozen packets have been picked up so far from the Guam Election Commission. Daily updates are being given on who's picking up those packets. Today, it's former Senator Jesse Lujan, who's on the list as potential candidate for the upcoming senatorial election. Lujan listed as a Republican senatorial candidate. Several other packets were requested over the weekend for the senatorial race. However, the candidate names were not indicated. Now, only one team so far has picked up a packet for the gubernatorial race. That's, of course, Lulian Guerrero and Josh Tenorio running for re-election. And Senator Talena Nelson actually picked up 2 packets, one for the senatorial race and another for the delegate seat, indicating that she may be weighing a run for Congress. Meanwhile, senators go into session this Friday with so far 7 bills on their agenda, a number of vetoed measures also on the agenda again that could possibly come up for an override vote. Session scheduled for Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Thanks very much, Mona. 8:36 in the morning. Got to do shouts to listeners out in Manila, which is a city in the Philippines. Maybe you've heard of it. And it's great to have listenership out there. Send pictures. 671-797-8255. I know you guys have WhatsApp in the Philippines, so that's the number here on Guam. 671-797-8255. Love to see what it is that you are looking at while you're listening to the program on the stream. Meguroku in Tokyo, Japan. is watching, listening on the stream right now on the stream, and that's why you got listeners all across the country. Let me see if I can pick out a couple of our favorite cities where people are listening. In the free zone, Miami, Florida, has got us tuned in loud and proud on the stream. Alexandria, Virginia, and looks like Windsor, Ontario. The Catman is up there. Actually, one of the first people that reached out to me on the program. Over the weekend, I'm looking at my messenger, and I got a note here from, let me see, Jody Mendoza, and Jody was like, have an eye, Ray. There's been a huge volcanic eruption near Tonga that sent smoke and ash up to 20 kilometers into the air, and tsunami evacuations issued all the way from New Zealand all the way to Alaska and Siberia. Could get interesting. Neat. The beaches. I think it means near the beaches, but that's okay. Jody, I appreciate you looking out for us and our safety here on Guam. As it turns out, we did get a little bit of what the Japanese referred to as a tsunami, a harbor wave, but it was little. It was, I was going to make a comparison.
Don't.
No. Okay, so I better stop talking now is what you're saying. Smooth. Be right back.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Hakaday. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Howdy. I was actually hanging out with the Howdy people over the weekend. They were all howdy. Howdy all. Sometimes we get a little bit formal on that one. Hey, great time to swing by the nearest Chili's. Why is that? Because they've got these Texas-size meals that they've got for you. Absolutely huge the way they put this together. $45 gets you racks of Chili's world-famous baby back ribs. There's margarita chicken in there, savory shrimp, beef fajitas, and plenty more. For just $45. Chili's, more life, and bigger meals happen there. Okay, we're gonna put some fire on this. This is a perfect because there's a fire lane now in front of Skinner Plaza. Nowhere else. There's no other danger of fire anywhere else, I guess, in the entire area except right there where the food trucks will line up. You know, not bothering anybody, not taking up any space in front of what's the Serena, whatever. They're not bugging anybody, not taking up any space in front of the post office. It's kind of right there on the road. There's usually one or two, regardless of whether it's Food Truck Thursday or not. But apparently, and according to the write-up I've got from Dave in the Facebook, and I just shared this, so there's going to be another 2,000 or 3,000, 5,000 people that will see this as well. Well, this could get interesting. Trying to steer clear of politics in the Guam Foodies group. This may prove too difficult not to on this topic. The Aganya food truck scene has shifted from a few different locations over the years, yet lately has firmly fixed itself at the perfectly central and easily accessible Skinner Plaza. The pandemic resulted in indoor brick-and-mortar style food establishments to close down indoor seating, or even worse, go out of business completely. During the pandemic conditions and restrictions, the food truck following has thrived. Food trucks and trailers come in a few times a week in full force and create the perfect outdoor venue to order food from and dine safely out in Guam's tropical evening breezes. Just when a good thing gets going, the government of Guam grabs in deep with their greedy little hands and even more restrictive policy enforcement. As of January 1st, the government has started implementing a monthly fee to the trucks. It's labeled as a highway encroachment fee. As of yesterday, the main stretch of road where the food trucks park at Skinner Plaza was freshly painted with fire zone and no parking notifications. If the antiquated minds of leadership over at GVB can't figure out the only thing currently keeping the local economy afloat, aside from federal assistance, is the money from the pockets of the folks who call Guam home, then that leadership needs to be changed for fresher minds quickly. It didn't sound like the governor was aware, former governor was aware of what was going on. I've asked him to put some fire on this as well. There's a variety of comments that they're beginning to populate this particular post on Facebook Live and I'm sure some other places. So take a look at it, start liking and start inquiring if you like the food trucks. And there are literally thousands of them that go into the downtown Agutnia place on Thursdays for people that want to go and stand in line and I don't know, get all kinds of stuff. They get great desserts down there that I'm told. You know me, and I've talked about my experience on Food Truck Thursday nights. I'll get my beach chair and a cooler and just find a spot where I can do some people watching. You know, there's and there was a crew for a while. Me and one of the crews that I run with, we'd actually park and do what my white friends refer to as tailgates. We'd have a tailgate party. So we'd open
my white friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? They're white. It's okay. What was this? Okay. Sometimes my brown friends refer to it as tailgate.
That's cool.
Well, I want to say it's a uniquely mainland thing. There's not a whole lot of tailgate parties that people have around here, and Food Truck Thursday provided a pretty good excuse for us to get together. What the heck? Every other place that we wanted to go was closed. So we'd gather up on one side of Soledad and park the car there and open up the back, and I'd park my truck so there we could use the tailgate as someplace to eat, a platform for food and drinks. And somebody'd bring a couple of bottles of wine and all of the fancy what do they call them? I can never remember the name of. Is it like a canteen except it looks like a wine glass? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, gobbler. No.
Not gobbler.
A grill, Ray.
Yeah, it's like a grill. It's a chalice. They bring their, man, my daughter's got 100 of these things. They put water in them. Canteen.
Flasks?
Flask. Well, flask. No. Hydro flask. There, that's the word I'm looking for. God, I feel like stupid on Mondays, Can't remember 2 words. But anyway, so we'd get these hydro flask goblets that were made. I'm sure that they were that's good. It'll keep your coffee hot or your cold drinks cold. No, it's for women of a certain age to drink red wine on the street in Agutnia over at Food Truck Night. 8:44 in the morning. We'll see what we can learn as the program continues. This might be one of those things where the people that we want to talk to are probably sleeping it off, whatever it is that they got into last night. And so I don't know if we're going to be able to get any answers, but we'll see what we can see. We might be able to see something else on in some of the other media. I'm not counting on it. So I go to the newspaper. I go grab newspapers this morning, and I'm looking at the front page of today's Pacific Daily News. You got all kinds of great stories out there in the world. Lots of stuff on our table of contents that we are going to cover. Virtually none of it is on the front page of today's Pacific Daily News. Their top of the fold deal is, what's with the little trucks? Oh,
it's so cute.
Are they just now noticing that there's, I don't know, been a rush on ancient Japanese automotive technology, cars and vehicles over 25 years old that can be imported to Guam under, I don't know, I think some interesting ruling that they've got there. I'm, thrilled to see something like this happening because, gasoline trading at $4.89 a gallon. I've got to imagine that these, probably high compression engines with the little tiny tires probably get decent mileage.
Yeah, maybe 50 miles.
50?
I'm just guessing.
Faison,
so small.
Commissioner Gamboa.
Okay.
He's got one. We know a lot of, between us, we know a lot of people that have them. But, when you don't feel like taking your full-size car out there, I guess that's the thing. But, we've noticed the increase in these little trucks and little cars when they started coming 2 years ago. I think would have been an appropriate time to write a story and put it on the front page called What's with the Little Trucks? So not a whole lot in there. And I made it, as I turned the pages this morning, to their opinion section. where a guy named David Shribman writes in loving, soaring language about how lucky we are to have a president like Joe Biden. We really, really are. But he's the only one. This is one of those things. This is the gaslighting, guys. This is what happens where you go, how is it possible that this guy Shribman is not seeing the same things that most of the rest of not just the United States of America, but the world is seeing when we ponder the Biden presidency? It's been a year. We know what's happened in the price of gasoline. We know what's happened with government debt. And the very embarrassing way that we basically ran away from a war, walked away like it wasn't happening, the Afghanistan war, and the fact that there are still American-supported men and women in Afghanistan that are in fear of their lives, including some commandos that we trained. And you might be going, well, there's commando your way out of the country. Well, these guys are running for their lives. But recognize for the training, talent, and skills that they got from the United States of America, I've got a feeling that the ones that they catch are going to be turned. And say, listen, if you want you and your family to live, then you're going to be a commando for the Taliban, and you're going to teach us everything that the Americans taught you. Watch how that works. I mean, it's not enough that we left them billions of dollars of military hardware out there, but you got that. You got their, the stance and the treatment of the COVID-19 and 20 other things. It is an interesting deal. I was looking at some survey information. I told you a little bit about this earlier, where CBS asked people how they felt the U.S. was doing in their dealing with coronavirus. 64% said this was going badly. As I said before, you can feel this thing begin to unravel around the edges. Like a nervous guy with rattan furniture, and pretty soon they've fingernail clawed up all of the rattan, and there's no fixing that. Unfortunately, that's people just going, yeah, this is not going. Only 36% said it was going well. And that mirrors what I'm trying to think, the Kinnipack survey. We talked about this on Friday, which says that the Biden numbers are absolutely in the toilet. Now, White House is saying, no, it's not that bad. Other surveys have us better. Okay, whatever. 33% approval rating for President Joe Biden. I'd love to see the rest of that data among who is he considered popular with. But it could be worse. Could be worse. Could be Kamala. One of these days, we ought to talk with the mustache. We don't need to do it today, but we ought to talk to the mustache about what would the process be. Here's where I think the Democrats and the entire party across the nation might be, and I'm not going to say panic mode, but I'd certainly be very, very concerned. You've got a president clearly unpopular, and the only person that's even more unpopular than him is Kamala Harris. So yeah, let's go with Article 25, and let go of Sleepy Joe. Let it ease him in retirement. He won't even know, but ease him into retirement. But they say, well, we don't like Kamala. So I think what's going to have to happen is somebody's going to need to strike a deal with President Biden, where we'll let you keep pretending to be the president, but we're going to have to release Kamala, as has been done in the past, and bring somebody else in to be the vice president, and then tell you what, we're not going to make a big stink. You can after we've got a suitable replacement for Kamala, then you resign. Walk away from the presidency. We had Pope do that once, right? Walk away from the presidency, and a grateful nation will thank you. And then this person will then become the president of the United States, and maybe we won't lose so badly in the midterms that are going to be coming up. It seems to me that it might be along those lines where we kill two birds with one stone. The Biden presidency, CBS News poll, CBS in the bag for Biden. They asked the questions, Biden presidency has made you feel, and then they asked people frustrated, disappointed, nervous, calm, and satisfied. 25% said calm and satisfied. 40% said nervous. 50% said frustrated, and 49% said disappointed in all of this. The Biden administration's focus on the economy. 58% said it is not enough on the inflation. 65% say it's not enough. People recognize what's going on with their wallets and would like to see a little bit more fire put on some of those issues from the White House, to the degree that A, they can control it, and B, that they don't screw it up even more. Isn't that the fear? Isn't that where we go? Where you just say, well, I wish the president would spend more time thinking about inflation. But then you go, ooh, wait a second. You know, based on past performance, it might be one of those things where they try to do something about it and just screw it up even more. Even Obama is famous for saying, don't ever underestimate his ability to screw things up. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts. You got me all over the place. Like I said, Manila listening, just got word. We got people from Taiwan that are chiming in here this morning.
Free Taiwan.
Just about. For now. For now. What's that noise? Is that more Chinese? I don't know. Here's the mainland Chinese, by the way. 7 to 8:52 in the morning concerns that we've got about there, and probably not going to be sending anybody to the Olympics. Have you seen some of that? China bearing down. They're going for a COVID-free Olympics.
Oh, completely possible.
And then there's this story. I only paying much attention to it, kind of on the fringes. But have you been watching? I mean, just the meltdown in Australia. Have you been watching? I watched the videos. A long video, almost as long as some of the fights over at Southern High. But I was watching this video of a woman who was placed under arrest because she would not show her vaccination credentials. Now, whether she was vaccinated or not, that wasn't the issue. She was stopped by 4 police officers, and they randomly apparently asked her for her vaccination credentials, and she lipped off to them, and they arrested her. It's not like, some kind of hippie chick, and there are no funner hippie chicks, I'm just going to say this, than in, where's that, Cairns, Australia. And anybody, if you know, you know. But anyway, so it was an older woman, maybe my age, and she said, no, I'm not going to give you. This is a free country, for heaven's sakes. And they arrested her, took her stuff and threw her in the back of a van and took her maybe a detention center, something like that, for lipping off to the police. And there's all these people saying, well, I thought that Australia was kind of like America. In this part of the world, and apparently not. Somebody was trying to explain it, and I will do my best to paraphrase all of this stuff. What he was trying to say was that it goes back to the old penal colony days, where, everybody, there was a government told you everything that you were supposed to do, what you were supposed to eat, sleep, drink, and whatever, and be Australian. And that never has really gone away. There was always something there. And so there's a population of people that kind of have been raised over several generations to everybody grab the same piece of rope. And there aren't too many of those things floating around for many countries these days. So when there was COVID-19 in Australia, they said, here's something we can all of us get behind and pull the rope to safety. We'll look out for our fellow man, and I'll get vaccinated because if I get vaccinated, I keep you safe. I'll wear a mask because it makes you safer, right? Everybody, yes, we're all Australian, mate. And so when people... I'm sure there's other countries like this, but when people stand out like that, it's very Japanese if you think about it. The nail that sticks up higher than the rest is the one that gets the hammer. And that's what's happening in Australia these days. And you watch what's going to be happening. I was last week applauding Australia because I thought they correctly decided that Djokovic was okay to play in the Australian Open. And then over the weekend get word that they kicked him out of the country. They said, you have to go. You cannot stay here anymore. The world's #1 tennis player is Novak Djokovic. He flew out of Melbourne, bound for Dubai after an Australian federal court ruling upheld the cancellation of his visa. So what we're going to have here is an Australian Open that doesn't have the #1 player in it. So there's going to be a guy that wins the Australian Open, but he'll go, yeah, I don't know. Novak wasn't here. I didn't get to play against Djokovic. It will always be one of those things. Now, they might meet up at another match somewhere else. But then what does this say about the Australian Open as a going concern? If it should be politically free. There should not have been this big question mark over it. There will always be an asterisk on the 2022 Australian Open because the number one player in the world wasn't going to be there. Now it's a Grand Slam event, and Djokovic is playing against other greats in the world of tennis because you've already won all the great matches, right? So what we try to do is amass the number of Grand Slam wins, and this is one less that Djokovic is going to be able to claim. 8:57 and change. There might be a couple of other things that I've got in front of me that, in my mind, are crazy interesting, and we'll try to share them with you as well, including a story in a newspaper. This is the one PDN got right. Steve Limtiaco wrote it. It was no surprise they got it right, but Steve, you got something wrong on it. There's a reference that is made to Johnny Gerber as a former Marine. There's no such thing. If you ask anyone who's worn the uniform, if you've worn the uniform, you will always be a Marine. I mean, unless for some reason they kick you out. I think that's the only time that you can say that so-and-so used to be a Marine, but he's not anymore because they kicked him out of the Brotherhood. Johnny, I want to say that Johnny was buried in his uniform. I'm almost positive that's the case. Not fun to going up to the casket, but I was at his funeral, and it was very, very clear that there were military honors that were served on this guy. So no such thing as a former Marine. Otherwise, everything about the article is interesting. It's a story about Guam Greyhound, where there hasn't been a whole lot going on, and they want to turn it into the Freedom Park. What?
What?
Freedom Park, ladies and gentlemen. And has it been that long since there has been greyhound racing? Can you imagine that? A whole generation of kids that have grown up without hearing the dogs barking at the track, driving by the kennel and smelling 50 greyhounds. I remember when the greyhounds were gone. I remember when they said, okay, we're not going to do the greyhound game anymore, and they tried to find people to adopt the greyhounds here on Guam. Boy, there's a serious commitment. Because you're adopting an adult greyhound. Yeah.
You got to make them run, man.
It's not oh my God! It triggered another memory. There was a story about a greyhound that was imported to Guam by air, and it somehow managed to get out from under its handlers at the Guam International Airport. And all afternoon long, look it up. It should be in the archives. Greyhound dog loose at the Guam International Airport. And it was exactly that. It was, every time they'd get a sighting, this dog zipping across the way over here, zipping across the way over there in the parking lot. Oh, it's hilarious. And I think they finally were able to capture the dog, but it must have tired it out from all that running around. Awesome memory. If you can find out the details on that, share them, why don't you? 9 o'clock in the morning, Fox News Live is coming up. We'll see what's going on, and maybe again regale you with some of my thoughts over the weekend, including spending a lot of time. I don't normally listen to the radio or YouTube in the men's room, but I did over the weekend because Trump was speaking in Arizona. More on that in just a little bit.
Situation in Texas. I'm Mary Corsetti, Fox News. President Biden spoke on the standoff at a Texas synagogue that ended in the death of a gunman who took 4 hostages.
The FBI has identified the gunman as Malik Faisal Akram, the British national who demanded the release of a Pakistani neuroscientist convicted of trying to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan. President Biden said in Philadelphia, it appears Akram bought guns on the street before taking the hostages, which is something background checks and other safeguards won't prevent.
You can't stop something like this if someone is on the street buying something from somebody else on the street.
The FBI says it doesn't appear the Jewish community was targeted, but its investigation will have a global reach. Gernal Scott, Fox Fox News.
Meanwhile, a winter storm that had dumped snow across parts of the Midwest has now moved south and is predicted to bring an icy wintry mix to the region before moving north.
Now you also have ice warning across parts of the south, and we're seeing that ice portion of the storm begin right now. You get an idea, a lot of rain with this. We've got snow falling across parts of Mississippi in towards Alabama as well. But watch what's happening here with the icing going on across parts of South Carolina, North Carolina, snow to the north of it. But that ice is going to cause big problems for us, and potentially that would be what causes all of those power outages.
Fox Chief Meteorologist Rick Remuth and newly elected Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin was sworn into office Saturday.
The former private equity executive and political outsider really was seen as a long shot at the beginning of all of this. But November, Youngkin did something that no Republican in Virginia had done in 12 years and won a statewide election. In his inauguration speech, he spoke with optimism, once again vowing to increase police funding and combat inflation through tax cuts. Overall, Governor Youngkin promised to restore power to the people.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. America is listening to Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Novak Djokovic has left Australia after losing his final bid to avoid deportation and play in the Australian Open, despite being unvaccinated for COVID-19. A court earlier dismissed the #1 ranked tennis player's challenge to cancel his visa. The 34-year-old said he was extremely disappointed by the court ruling, but respected it. Prime Minister Scott Morrison says the ruling will help keep Australians safe. Meanwhile, New York State's moratorium on evictions ends today. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul said the eviction moratorium is ending, but she's still looking for more cash to keep paying landlords. She and the governors of California, Illinois, and New Jersey wrote a letter to the Treasury Department asking if some of the unused funds from other states for rental relief could be diverted to them. New York has tens of thousands of claims still unpaid and are expecting additional claims to be filed with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program as the eviction moratorium ends. In September, the state received only $27 million when they had asked for $1 billion. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And another city announces a reduction in transportation services over COVID-related staffing shortages. Fox's Jeff Manasso reports.
Going to be harder to get around in Akron, Ohio, as Metro RTA announces the removal of some city bus routes and less frequent service for others. Amid COVID sickouts and a loss of dozens of bus drivers in the last 2 years. Route disruptions that RTA expects will be temporary and with staffing-related shortages plaguing transit systems from D.C., New York to Portland, with sickouts and employees quitting over vaccine mandates.
We don't have a break glass in case of emergency bus driver pool.
Dr. Earl Stoddard with Montgomery County Schools in Maryland, one of many school districts nationwide, also canceling services and in desperate need for bus drivers. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
I'm Mary Corsetti, and this is Fox News.
Attention Guam Power Authority commercial accounts. GPA proudly announces that our Energy Sense rebate program has just gotten bigger and better to include customers on rate schedule G and J. With GPA's Energy Sense program, commercial accounts can receive up to $350 per ton in rebates with the purchase of a qualified unit through any of our approved vendors. The GPA Energy Sense rebate program helps lower energy costs, improves energy efficiency, and saves you money. Visit us at guampowerauthority.com/energysense. Effective dates for units may vary.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
What? I'm doing the Wordle.
Yeah, man.
Did you see where the
You
Wordle
messed
people
up,
are?
dude.
No. No, I've got 3 letters that are in there. They're
Almost.
just not in the right order. But I've got 3, and I'm on my 3rd try. I've been able to nail this on my 4th try every time I've done it. Of course, there's a big battle brewing. Have you seen this in the headlines?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so we were talking about this Wordle game, and the way it works, you can get one word every day. It's a 5-letter word, and you make a guess as to what letters might be in it, and by process of elimination or inclusion, it will tell you whether the letters are there or they're not there. And the idea is, you figure out what the word is based on these clues that you kind of give yourself. You should be able to. You get 6 tries to get it, and like I said, I've been able to get it in the 4th try every time. Now, in one of the words, I guess over the weekend, one of the words was labor, L-A-B-O-R. And the people in the United States say, yeah, word is labor, great. And then in England, where the game is hosted, they are upset because you're in England and they say, how do you spell labor? It's L-A-B-O-U-R.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going, you colonists. How dare you? How dare you? They just assumed that because the website is hosted in English that they would be using the Queen's English. But apparently that is not necessarily the case. And there's a whole bunch of people that are writing angry letters to the Wordle people. Now, today's word, so far I've got as the letters R, E, and S in them somewhere. It's a 5-letter word that has the letters R, E, and S in there. And the correct, your thinking is probably right. Your ex is better at this game than you are. Just saying. 9:08 in the morning, portions of the program being brought to you by the guys over at Subway right about now. Now, I want to say congratulations again to the Subway family for the introduction of the all-new Subway location out in Manila last week. But today, you're thinking, do they got a special for me? Yeah, baby. Eat Fresh Refresh rolls out the protein-packed Foot-Long Pro, a delicious way to pack on protein. The Foot-Long Pro gives you double the meat for twice the protein. That's why they call it Going Pro at Subway. Eat fresh.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Going to say forest, but there's no O in it, so it can't be forest. No, I'll try something else. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. 9 after 9 o'clock, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and everybody got something to take care of. And I hope, as they say, it's not one of those. There's no tree to put up. There's no stockings. There's no songs that we sing. They say that today should be a day of service to your community. Or your family, or whatever. Today's the day that you think beyond the confines of your office, your car, your home, and try to sort something out. Make somebody else's life better. Go ahead and do something like that. 888-8255-888-TALK. Somebody said one of the things that I ought to do today is find a way to talk about the Voting Rights Act. And I said to myself, why? I've never been told I can't vote. Of course, they go, white privilege, white privilege. Whatever. I'm born and raised on Guam, guys. We've got a pretty handy system here. The only thing that would upset me, we talk about this a lot, especially this time, where all of a sudden everybody in the world can show up at the Election Commission tomorrow and pick up their paperwork to run for political office on Guam. Now, I think there needs to be reform on that. I think that we need to encourage, not discourage, the paperwork. Encourage people to go out there and get it. There's everybody in the world. We talk to them all the time on the radio. And even though I don't think I've ever really been the kind of person that says, well, if you don't like it, run for office and change it. I think that's, I don't know that is the appropriate response when somebody has got a legitimate gripe with the government to go, if you don't like it, then run and change it. But the guys over at the legislature over the decades have figured it out, and I think have decided that they're going to make it as tricky as possible by way of different laws for people to even get to the process of becoming a candidate. So they say, well, Ray, your grandfather was a Republican, one of the founders of the party here. You should run as a Republican. It's a whole different gang running things now than there were when Granddaddy was running for political office. And at the time, it was a part-time legislature, so he could keep an eye on things over at Mariana Sales. It was, I'm sure, a whole lot easier back then to become a senator. Paperwork didn't include half of the stuff that is in the current packet right now. I'm of the opinion, and I've told you this many times, it seems to me that we ought to make it as easy to get a packet and get your name on the ballot as it is to get a marriage license. You just kind of show up. Here's my birth certificate. Here's my ID. And this is the person that I love and I want to be married to. And can I get my license from the government? Can I get my name on the ballot? So like I said, difficult for me because I don't know that I always see things the way the current GOP sees things. They've got their own different tactics and reason for living and who the party would like to see go into the legislature. I don't know that I always see eye to eye with that. Democrats, while I'm sure they'd be happy to have me, I don't know that I see eye to eye with some of the things that they propose. And frankly, the combination of the two of them in the 36 Guam legislature has not led me to a lot of things that I'd like to see happening in the government of Guam. So maybe I don't see eye to eye with either party. I want to run as an independent. I want to run representing the guys that want to end the status quo as we know it. I would like to slay the defenders of the status quo. We got a real big opportunity here because the government is just so fat with money right now. We got a real great opportunity to get us out from the economic doldrums that we have been in. See, it's not like it just happened with the pandemic. Things weren't all that great in January and February of 2019. It just seems like they were now because we've had to swim through a river of crap for the last 2 years. So I think there's an opportunity now, and I'm hoping that the powers that be don't squander all of this power and the access to the resources that they have. Got to find a way to turn this town around. We got to start with crime. I think that's the bigger issue that we don't seem to be addressing to anybody's satisfaction. There's all kinds of folks that I know got all that extra pool money. What'd you buy? Security system for the house, video surveillance cameras, so I can catch the sake when they come by the place. But you know what? We've turned out, with a few exceptions though, some fairly smart individuals that go out there, and they'll drive around in a car, and there's the license plate. Well, these guys knew years ago that you don't necessarily need to have your own real license plate on the car. In fact, it was advantageous maybe to go find an abandoned vehicle somewhere, snag those license plates, stick that on the car, and that way if somebody does get you on videotape, the search for you will end when the license plate turns out to be not attached to that particular vehicle. You get these guys, and they know that there's video cameras everywhere, and you know what? It's COVID-19 times. I'm going to wear a mask. Or in some cases, they don't even bother. They just, whatever, look at me. Here's my face. Because they know that even if they do get arrested, they probably aren't going to be doing anything like real time. Because it's like that. Remember last week we were talking about the guy that had the temerity to try to write up some of these bad checks using PUA checks. Remember that? The guy got a longer sentence than a lot of druggies do when they're apprehended by the law. That's the way things work around here. So I'd like to be that guy that goes into the legislature. I'm not making the pitch like I'm going to go by GEC tomorrow and pick up my deal. I want somebody else to do all of that stuff. I want some of the people that listen and nod their head to whatever it is that I'm saying and go, yep, he's right. Time to go in there. So somebody said, Ray, it's not that hard. And I said, you don't know how lazy I am. And a couple of suggestions of people that should fill in and maintain all of the paperwork. He said, that's why you get a campaign manager. And I said, I like people too much to put them in that position where they would be my campaign manager. That's a full-time job, Jack. I don't, if somebody said, well, ask Real Joe to do it. I like Joe. Why would I do that to him? Well, Mata's been a senator before. Maybe she can fill in that paperwork for you. I love my sister. Why would I do that to her? It's stupid paperwork. It's make work. Let's make it easy to get new names in there. Anyway, at 9:16 in the morning, this was an interesting story when I saw it. Guam Greyhound will become Freedom Park. Says they will be converted into a theme park this year. They closed in 2008, shortly after Guam voters defeated a measure that would have allowed a casino to operate at the site. You remember that, huh?
Yeah, a lot of money got thrown around.
Oh, a lot of people. Did you see the influencers that were brought out for that?
Yes.
John, oh golly, what was his name? Trying to remember the name of the guy that was throwing bags of money around. You remember the guy? The guy wasn't a bag of money. It was the guy came out with. I can't remember the size of the kitty, but it was this big plexiglass box. The guy was the showman. It was great, and he comes out with this big plexiglass box, and inside was like $1 million or something. And he says, "I'm going to give all this money to the mayors if I get to put a casino out here, if they'll just back me on this progress." I want to say that he did actually give some mayors some money. Right? Like $100,000 for the villages. I mean, it's been a long time, and frankly, the topic hasn't come up in like forever. Eventually moved up to Saipan, but he had influencers. Carlo Branch was one of his influencers back in the day. You remember that? John Anderson had gone from working on the radio and on television at the PNC, and then started doing that job for Bridge Financing was the name of the outfit. Bridge Financing. What is somebody calling with the name?
Is it John Baldwin?
That's it.
Oh,
yeah. From Bridge Financing. He went and opened up some businesses up in CNMI where they're a little bit more casino friendly. Obviously, I don't know that there was a whole lot more than that. At any rate, so there was a bill and referendum, and it got shot down. Says Bart Jackson, and this is the interesting name. I didn't realize that Bartley was hanging out with these guys. It has been 13 plus years since the last Greyhound race took place on the property, and we believe it is time to finally close this chapter and start fresh in 2022. We are excited to introduce Freedom Park to the island of Guam. I'm delighted about this part here. The privately operated Pacific War Museum on Route 6 near Adelup, Johnny Gerber's place, will be relocated to Freedom Park, which will have other attractions, playground, walking park, food and beverage outlets, and places to host indoor and outdoor events. Outdoor events?
A venue?
Kalapana played there. C&K played there. I think lots of other bands have come and gone through there.
Queen?
They were among the first. Rolling Stones, Guam Greyhound. I might still have the shirt, bro. Beatles, before they went to New York, before they got famous, they performed over at Greyhound Park. But at any rate, I mean, it's a good place. It's central, lots and lots of parking. I remember doing more than 1 or 2 car shows at Guam Greyhound Park. Auto Jam, baby, with Anjanette Abayari.
Oh, wow.
In your face. Yeah, she liked it so much around here. When they kicked her out of the country, she lived on Guam for a long time. Was she with the Donald's Mart or someplace up in Dededo? Hanging out there. And you got this former lowrider model. She played that Darna in the Philippines And then she was a cashier at this mom and pop up a grocery store up in Dayton once upon a time. All right, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm guilty of doing this from time to time where I will distract myself. Back to the story. The company has partnered with the Pacific War Museum Foundation to develop a new attraction for local residents, visiting tourists, and military families to enjoy just minutes away from Tumon. Our mission is to inspire people, young and old, to embrace lessons from the battles that took place in the Pacific Theater on Guam. It says Mela Gerber, president of the Pacific War Museum Foundation. They were started by the Johnny Gerber, who displayed vintage U.S. military vehicles and weapons, along with other war-related items in a converted airport jetway at the base of Nimitz Hill. Also, little-known fact, they were jetways. They were jetways. I don't want to say they were damaged in one of the typhoons. And Johnny, those of you that don't know this about him, was this guy was incredible at finding stuff. When he was growing up, when he was a little boy, across the street from the old KUAM, and then him and the guys would go and explore in the boondocks, especially around the old Ordot dump when it was a valley, not a hill. And him and his buddies go out there and find stuff and fix it and make it good. And that's about some of the things that he did. And anyway, so he was a great, resourceful guy. Saw these old airplane jetways and said, I might be able to use that and turn them into a museum that you can still go to from time to time today. Anyways, I'm looking forward to seeing this. I'm looking forward to another attraction in the Tumon and in the Tumon-Tamuning area. That could be good news. Used to eat I used to go rare, but every once in a while I'd go because the racetrack had a little bar and grill kind of thing next to so you could get a beer and watch your dog lose. That's I remember.
You've actually watched the dogs race?
Oh yeah, I with Jeff Pleadwell one day. One day I ambled into there. Can't remember what it was, what the attraction was. This is the pre-beard Jeff Pleadwell. This is years ago, and he kind of sat me down and taught me how to do dog racing. And sure enough, this story's been told a million times, and I don't necessarily think I get better at it every time I tell it. But sure enough, they always walk the dogs around so that the people that were betting on him could get an idea which animal it was. And invariably, one of the dogs would take a dump while it was doing this glamour walk, right?
Yeah.
And the dog would take a dump, and that was the sign. Bet on that dog because it's lighter now. That's the conventional wisdom behind all of that. Intense memories, and I hope something good happens with the place. 9:23, isn't that? But we were talking with Maria Pangolina from the Election Commission last week because they're going to be doing early voting, and they ain't going to be able to do for early voting as they did last year. Last year or last election, there was early voting. It's COVID-19. We were worried about old people, so they said, I'll tell you what, put them in a car, bring them down, Soledad. Ooh, it's fire lane. Ooh, but not there. Imagine that. Bring them down, and we'll have them go through this wedding tent, and they can do their vote there. They don't have access to the same kind of strip as they did before since they have moved. So she says, where's a good place to have this? I said, do it up at Greyhound. Who do you talk to there? Well, now we know the answer is a guy named Bart Jackson. Go find Bart and give him your idea about early voting. I don't know what they're going to be doing by way of construction by then, but it's still at the end of this could be interesting. 888-825-888-TALK is my telephone number around here. Let me just check and see who's playing around on the Facebook Live and what they've got to say. Gary Herr and Sylvia Barbie. There's Jose Tetpagu, who wants to impeach Lulian Guerrero yesterday. Didn't Ken LG say he was among the promises that Ken LG made not too long ago was that he was going to be mounting a recall campaign for various senators over at the 36th Guam legislature? Where'd that go? Dude, just do what you said you're going to do. All right, what's that? Can Josh commit Lou to the mental institution? Jose's not voting for Lou. Lou, you've lost Jose Tetpagu's vote. Pam Duvall talking about Let's Go Brandon and Lou post-canteen. All right, so we were talking about different strategies here to get rid of Kamala before they get rid of Joe. Post Canteen says if Vice President resigns, the President nominates, and the House will confirm. But if this happens before the midterms, the Dems will create her in the actual election, in my opinion. Sarita, we were talking about this. That first job on Guam back in 2001 was with Guam Greyhound. Good memories. And nice people running that place. And I recall dealing with them. Obviously, if I was going to do car shows, I spent a lot of time talking with them and learned a thing or two about gambling, that kind of gambling that we had here on Guam. It wasn't knockdown, drag out. It wasn't, we didn't have single moms with their kids sleeping in the car while they were out gambling on dogs. There were a lot of tourists that went in there from time to time, and there was actually a room that was attached to the main building of Guam Greyhound. And that room was built specifically for agents of the Department of Revenue and Taxation. They took their money for the government of Guam every night there were races. They didn't have to wait for a check. They were right there. And we count up all of the money that comes through, and we figure out all of the winning that comes through, all of this other stuff. And they were able to take the taxes right then and there. That was back, obviously, when people knew how to run the government. Annie Artero, buenos janavade to Zota, Matalvo Garcia, Senator Jesse Lujan, Richard Iriarte watching the program, Gary Meyer saying hello, Lou Mendiola, Chilorna from GRMC.
Good morning, Charlie.
How you doing there? I haven't talked to you in a while. When you guys going to come in and bring some more cool doctors to hang out with me? And nurses. Cool nurses. I know many of them over at GRMC. Let's hang out. Mike Mendoza, Ina Leah's there. Rebecca Salazar. Hey, pretty. Bertha Maza Cruz. Juanita Agunsablan. There's Rick Mandiola. Leo Bilot is watching the program. I'm Marcia Lujan. Gene Fujikawa. Tom Mendiola. Who says incumbents should not waste their time running. Nobody is going to vote for them, which is why I think you're going to see many of them looking for other opportunities. So everybody on Guam is waiting for this. And I think there's enough of a showman in Mike Sinicholas so that it will be kind of a big deal when he does it. But we're waiting for Mike Sinicholas to go and pick up paperwork for the governor of Guam in the Democratic Party. I don't know that he's picked a running mate, but when that happens, it will create an opening in Congress. And there are just enough incumbents now that are thinking, hey, I've got political capital now. I've done my time. I ran. I waved. I was out there in the streets waving, humbling myself before the people. So I did my waves out there, and now I think it's time. I sat down in the legislature for a couple of terms, and now it's time for me to run for Congress. Don't we all listen to the sound of our names? Hi, my name is Gibson. Ray Gibson. But doesn't Congressman Ray Gibson have a certain... It's got a zing, right? Just Congressman Gibson. Why not? Why not? You could do worse, right? But anyway, I'm sure that there's a bunch of incumbents that are going, okay, when we figure out how it's going to happen, if he's going to run for Congress, then I'm going to put my name in. I'm going to turn in the packet for Congress, not the one for Senator. And Talena Nelson, I think, is just the first to do this. I think she is just the first among many that will do this and have kind of a shoe in each race until it's time to determine what's going on. If Mike decides he's going to stay in Congress, I don't know if there's anybody with enough political capital on either side of the political spectrum that could give him a run for money. Another couple of years in Congress ain't going to hurt him, but it might make it that much more. It would leave Lou in office for another 4 years, and you got to ask yourself, as a voter, as a taxpayer, if that's where we want to see things going. So I don't know. And then you got the Republicans, and I worry about Republican Party of Guam to the degree that I think about them, because I don't know if they've got enough of a bench to get a whole bunch of new names in the legislature, and I'm sure that this is a devil we know versus the devil we don't know kind of town. Gee, just don't know if we want to bring in a whole lot of new people over at the legislature. We don't have a good track record with a bunch of new people at the legislature. So maybe we'll just lay back. He wasn't so bad when he was a senator. She wasn't so bad when she was a senator. Let's go ahead and bring them. And oh, by the way, especially if they're incumbents that were in before but lost. for whatever reason. Maybe they were, again, humbled before the people. And so, yeah, okay, you screwed up in the 32nd or 33rd. You sat out a couple of terms. You want to come back in now? Okay, we forgive you. Just don't do it again. Think are we that kind of town? So there's always the possibility that might end up happening. Incumbents should not waste their time running. Nobody is going to vote for them. But Tom, here's the problem: if the incumbents don't run, and if the Balikbayans don't run, when I say Balikbayans, I mean that's exactly what I mean. Is the guys that were in there before that now want to come back in after sitting out a couple of terms? If we're not satisfied with those guys, who then? Who are you willing to put? Are you willing to put a vote of confidence in somebody like Sandra Regis, who you might know from Facebook, or who's the other one? Vince Borja.
Yeah, Vince.
Vince, Stumpy, get that guy in there. You remember when? Who was it? Cruz, J.I.
Oh yeah, Chief.
Chief. He was running before. Got cut off at the knees when it came to fundraising. But I think between him and Lakeisha, they could have made a little bit more of a splash in the community and get more notoriety out there. I don't know. I hear what you're saying, Tom, but we got to encourage other people to vote. Maybe Marie Babata Balbin, who is watching the program, wants to run. Pete Guerrero knows a thing or two about the utilities. Maybe this is a guy that we could convince to do some running. Oliver Malakas, Danny Russell, Carl Meyer. There's Gina St. Nicholas. Zenon Ballinger. Okay, Zenon, can you be my campaign manager? I forgot. Is he a Republican? I gotta check. But if there was a guy that I would trust to run a campaign, I like Zen. He's a good guy. Carl Meyer, Saipan Vegas Club 88. Dave Dinsman says Epoch News is reporting China is restricting citizens from leaving the country, including American citizens.
How dare they?
What? Are we all waiting for the false flag? This is there are a lot of people talking about this because the Russians are about ready to invade the Ukraine and the Crimea again, and now all they're waiting for now is some big Russian thing is going to explode and people are going to die, and the Russians are going to use that as the pretext to getting into war and moving. They've already amassed the troops there, and what's Biden going to do? What's Biden?
Isn't Ukraine his people?
Gonna do?
That's Joe Biden's people, Ray.
Claire Camacho, Leon Guerrero there, Mark Cruz, Jackie Ugg, and Farron watching. Jolyn Mansfield, Dot Jesus, Linda Sablon Nadadog is online. Christine Oliver. Ooh, right click, because it's a Christine with a Y. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Christine with a Y. Not
Morning,
likely.
Christine.
Yeah. You're not a dog person, too, are you? Just checking. Annette Ada Vasquez is online here this morning. She says, good morning, everyone. Much love. Hey, Arthur De La Cruz. And there's Joyce and Nicholas is watching. Joyce and Nicholas, did you get him?
No, he's off. He's off and about traveling.
Dude.
Yeah.
Joey, what's going on with the fire lane on Soledad in front of Skinner Plaza?
He's training, I think, out in the States.
Oh, well, that's good. I appreciate the service. Have you ever seen anybody so in love with his wife? I mean, like he regularly posts about it.
Wood.
Oh, Brad, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay. So, 9:33, who's on the phone? Is it Jack?
It's Jack.
Jack is on the phone. Jack is the guy. Jack is the guy that when it comes time to weeding out some of the new names that are no doubt going to be filling the primary election and the Guam Election Commission, Jack is the guy that I'm going to be looking to and saying, Jack, is this guy worth a spit here? Is this guy worth a nod, or should we just go keep looking, keep on walking, keep going, don't stop? 9:34, Alpha Dude.
Hey, Alpha Dude, is that Jesse Lujan, the bodybuilder, or Jesse Lujan, the thoracic surgeon that we're talking about?
They've changed that over the years. They've changed it's Jesse the Mind.
It's an old joke. But, I was...
so was mine, but you remember why? Because the guy, there was that one year that he ran, and he had literally the biggest signs he had out there. He had 2 4x8s, one next to the other, and he had this, it was like he was in the pose of the thinking man. You remember that?
Yeah.
And that's when we started calling him Jesse the Mind.
Yeah, and, he had that cabotage idea about the airport. He did get those red dots removed from our eggs. I remember that.
I thought that was Eddie.
Nah, that was him. I think it was him. And then, I was calling because I heard you about Soledad. I don't know if you remember that road used to be private property, and the government confiscated it.
Oh, when was that? No, I did not know that. As far, I mean, it's in my lifetime that alleyway, that lane has always existed.
No, it was way back, just the start of the Charlie Corn days. Yeah, that used to be private property, and then the government confiscated and they made that road. So, man, if you want to return land to that'll be a great part to think about. But yeah, the government.
Return that back to the original landowners.
Yeah, you could probably verify that with Bob, but I'm quite sure that used to be private property, and they confiscated that portion for I don't know if they call it confiscated or they have another word for it.
Eminent domain.
Yeah.
Which I suppose might be all, there's a process that they've got to go through. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post says that the guys over at DPW, Vince Areola, is having a hard time finding some of the people that own some of these derelict properties, these eyesores, and they've got to go through this process of notification. It's kind of like the same kind of idiotic dance that we do with abandoned vehicles. Look, you reached out, you sent notes to family. We can't find anybody that owns or may own this property. In the meantime, it's an eyesore. It's a public health issue. And we're going to tear it down for eminent domain and sell it to somebody that will raise the property and either maintain it or grow some new ventures on it.
Well, with the ease in which government now does mandates and just at the will of the will exercise power, I will definitely not favor any encroachment onto real property, any whatsoever. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, unless they're building a meth lab or something like that. I don't think that what they do with their property is what they do with their property. Just as long as they're not harming the public and stuff like that. I think that's where I stand.
Okay, so I'm not too far away from you. Let me spin that conversation into a topic that came up. Well, no, you brought it up. So let me just spin this in. So the people who are threatening to develop Gotnya at the fashionable end, now fashionable because we got the Tsubaki Tower and all this other stuff up there. But that whole kind of back end of Gun Beach, all the way to the corner of and the cliff line property up there, that is private property. Should they be allowed to build their little resort and the multi-story hotel buildings and the cabanas and the condo houses?
I remember around that area. They also have a little bit further inland. Don't they have like a freshwater lens there somewhere? This is what I mean.
I don't know that, to be sure.
If I'm trying to remember that location, but like I said, when it comes to like water and stuff like that, I think where we are appropriation rights area, not a riparian right area. I don't think that you should have the ability to divert water when it rains or when it flows naturally. I don't think you have that right to do that. I think when the rain
I don't know. That's a hydrological question of which I'm unprepared to answer. But I will say, I will suggest that maybe not, because you've been at the beach after a heavy rain, and you've seen the fresh water come out on the beach side. I mean, that's a very common occurrence down in Tumon, depending on what the tide is. But that's cold, fresh water that has gone through the filter of the limestone from up above and makes its way. It doesn't pool anywhere like you'd see in an aquifer, and it just goes straight out back into the beach.
Well, if it naturally percolates, I mean, that's what I'm all for. I'm not really mitigating for the. I mean, I remember a group that was advocating that the mitigation of floods should be done properly in reference to how the water naturally flows. I don't know if they're still around, but that was the whole stink down there, Tumon. But, that's the problem that we have, when you don't have proper planning and you're allowed to do these things, it comes back later and it bites you. But
well, I mean, but on the same subject, while we got the Pac Star that looks like it's closed down, that makes an argument that there is no need for any other hotel facilities in Tumon.
Again, and then on that portion, I agree with property owners. I mean, if they own it and they want to build something, more power to them. I don't believe that government should be in the avenue of breaking deals like they did, or forming deals like they did with that Alupang, condo area where they built that rest stop area with the bathroom, and then about a year or two later tear it down because it was on a flood zone. It wasn't a flood zone to begin with. They just eliminated so they didn't have the hassle to deal with it, and that was their responsibility.
According to Carl Gutierrez, who pioneered that deal, they were supposed to have a bathroom facility on that property, and they bulldozed it for kind of sketchy reasons, if you ask me. And it is still improperly maintained. It was featured a featured photograph in one of the daily posts over the weekend, and I'm looking at the thing. I said, as usual, we've got a great shot. There's the statue, the 3 generations, and it's beautiful, and people go and pray before it all the time, and there's pictures, a great place to get a selfie. But on the other side of that, on the other side of the retaining wall, it is routinely trashed and graffitied. Nobody sees any of that stuff, and it occurs to me that if the deal to maintain that place was put squarely on the vertical regime that is the Alupang condos, then they've got to take care of that.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't remember that was a great site. If you live down south and you worked up north, I mean, that was a great view going home. You hung your problems on that sunset.
Still is. I'm there once, twice a week, bro.
Yeah, and when you reached home, you just, you hugged the family and stuff like that. So, a lot of problems. But I wanted to call because, I heard you mention that the car score is now dead.
Yep.
And I was wondering, next time you get Dr. Berg on the show, you should ask him, did the car score die with COVID or because of COVID? And see what his response is. But I called because I've been calling 311, and I haven't been able to get through. I think they messaged me, but I'm trying. I have a friend leaving on the 20th, and he asked me about the protocols, and I told him I left the island in 2020 February, and we just had testing. We didn't have anything about this vaccine and stuff like that. So I don't know what the protocols is, and I try to get some information. I can't get it. So I was wondering if I could run it by you. Is it the day before they have to get a test, or what is it? And which test is it? Is it the antigen or the PCR test?
Now he's coming here?
Hello?
Hello, your guy's coming here?
No, he's leaving.
Oh, leaving.
Leaving with his wife and his kids.
Oh, I have no idea. Is he coming back? Is he coming back?
That's not a here or there question.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, because it leads right into something that I think has got a lot of people that is somewhat disturbed around here. Number one, every single one of us knows now somebody that's got COVID-19 because the Omicron is moving around so rapidly around here. But the other one is that we're worried that there is a brain drain going on. There are entire families that are pulling up roots on Guam and going to places like Florida and Texas and Virginia because they know that there are places that are on the move and that are recovering faster than we're going to be able to recover here on Guam. Have other industries besides hospitality and the military. So when you tell me that somebody is leaving, and I'm kind of curious as to whether they're going to be coming back, or is this one of those look-see trips? Let's go up to Seattle and visit our cousins and find out if I can get a job over at SeaTac.
I think because of this pandemic, I think it expedited it. But I think the real cause, and I'm being honest about this, you could trace back to when Eddie Calvo raised the GRT to 6%. And that's when the drain started. And everything that followed, the rise in cost of shipping goods here when the port increased their fees. And then with no sunset on the GRT, businesses putting in front of their business small signs, please contact your your legislature and have them roll back this GRT, and nobody paid attention. I think put blame where blame is. I think that Governor Liu and her actions expedited the people flowing out, but this started back when the GRT was raised, and I'm sorry, but I hope that people understand that the GRT is nothing but a side hustle for the government to get money, because they're getting money from our taxes. I mean, we mirror the image of the federal government, and all that money stays here in Guam. So what's the purpose of the GRT? And I think it's a shame that people, relabeled it business privilege class. We're not, businesses don't come here as a privilege. They come here because they see a need.
Yeah, well, that's the government being high on itself, and you know it. My issue, and we've talked about this before, and maybe not you and I, but the government has gotten a raise. It is now a 6% quote business privilege tax or gross receipt tax that we see on all of the transactions. The cost of goods are going up, so that 6% now accounts for more money into the government of Guam, for which they have not added any additional value. They're just getting the money. So on top of that, we've got all of the federal government money that's flying into this town. And finally, the Guam Daily Post, in one of their editorials, is saying, as I have said over all of this time, the government doesn't need the additional money. It's got plenty of dough right now, and they need to roll that back. We need to have some permanent holidays or temporary holidays on business privilege taxes. You know how I feel. Food and drugs, and eliminate the last increase in the liquid fuels tax, and make it easier for people to get around and sit in these long testing lines or picking up their food. You can't do anything with a car these days because they don't want walk-ups because of COVID or whatever. 9:46. Hey, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to ask you to wrap it up so I can move on.
Okay, yeah, so my Raiders didn't make it, so I'm kind of bumming out. My hair is silver and black for a reason, because my team is like a roller coaster. It goes up and goes up, and it's fun. It ain't that real fun, but I'm glad for their season. And anyways, I just wanted to call, just try to find out some information from my friend. They're leaving on the 22nd, and I told him I didn't know. The last I heard was that you had to get a test 24 hours before departure, but I don't know which test they're talking about. I'm trying to find out some information.
Yeah, I'm no good at that.
On the website, they offer the test, but it doesn't say which test you're supposed to have. So it's the term is fluid. The thing is fluid as can be. So I just said, listen, we've got a whole week or so to find out the information. You got your ticket, you got your passport. Let's work on it day by day. Make sure you get everything squared away, and we'll make sure that you'll be able to leave without a hiccup out of here. So
right.
I just want. So, anyways, happy Martin Luther King Day,
right?
And let's remember it's the content of a person's character and not the color of their skin. That's the main message, and that should prevail us through this 2.0 pandemic.
The character of people's hearts in some cases over the last 2 years has been somewhat disappointing. 9:48. I'll see you soon, bud. There's Jack on the radio station. I will be right back.
Howdy, Chili's is serving y'all some Texas-sized family meal, because everything's bigger in Texas. Enjoy full racks of Chili's world-famous baby back ribs, margarita chicken, savory shrimp, beef fajita, smoked jalapeno sausages, mashed potatoes, and corn on the cob. Man, this meal's bigger than Dallas, but it ain't breaking the bank. Chili's has Texas-sized family meals for just $45 to feed your crew of 3 to 6 folks. For your youngins, just add $5 for a kid's meal. Chili's, more life and bigger meals happen here.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA. We start with you.
It's what the man said. 10 away from 10 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and portions of it being brought to you by the guys over at Nissan. The Ninja Sale is going on. You're going Ninja Sale. What's that? Used cars is the deal. They got this Ninja out there, quote, slashing prices. Remember like the Food Ninja game? It was the first app that everybody downloaded on their iPad. Wow, that's a fun game. Anyway, so the guys are slashing up to $14,000 on the used car inventory for a limited time only. They go fast. Now, you might be going, well, I've got the opposite problem. I've already got a used car, and I don't want to get rid of it. Take it to Nissan. The guys over at Nissan are crazy about your car. You don't have to use it to trade in. You don't have to use it as a down payment or anything. They will pay cash for your used car. You don't have to buy anything. Used car values higher than ever before. All makes, models are welcome. Doesn't even need to be a Nissan. Don't worry, they'll fix it up. Make it as good as a Nissan. Stop by Nissan Guam at Upper Tumont or visit nissanguam.com for details. 9 minutes away from 10 o'clock in the morning. This program is almost done. And what with me not even having a chance to pick up any of the scripts from the TV newscast that Real Joe prints out for me every day. Let me see if there's anything interesting in here. I support the Taylors. I'm glad to see that Dan Paris wrote a story about Harvest House hosting a breakfast to support foster parents on Guam. The event is on January 29th from 8 until 11. And like I said, go to harvesthouseguam.org on the World Wide Web or call 671-300-5433 or find Donna Canata, Tony Blas, Jenny Munya, or Heidi Ballendorf, and they will be happy to point you in that direction. Let me see, what do we got here? Murder defendants' shorts in question wasn't enough to get the co-defendant's case dropped. They thought that they were going to be able to get Joyner Sked's case dropped on this one because apparently they dropped the shorts or the evidence that could have possibly been a part of the shorts. And looks like she's going to have to remain in the case and finally go to trial one way or the other. Lawmakers discussed two bills that would expand tax relief for businesses. Let's watch and see whether something like this will work. I haven't bothered to read either one of them. First measure sponsored by Senator Jim Moylan, which means it's a good one. And then there's one seconded by Senator Mary Torres. This will take place. Hopefully, they're going to get the hearings and session on this time around. But I don't know what the governor is going to say no or yes to less taxes. Whatever. Former PAG chair says it's not a good idea to let COVID spread. Guys over at KUM found Dr. Nguyen calling on Adelup to do better, do more, and do something about the high COVID case counts the island has seen over the last couple of weeks. That's what he's saying. Current PAG chair Nathaniel Bird has said he anticipated the surge would die down by February, but Dr. Nguyen says the surge could easily stretch 6 to 8 weeks longer, especially since no meaningful restrictions are currently in place. I don't think the restrictions have done anything. I don't know. I hate to disagree with a doctor, but it seems to me that any of the conversations about lockdown this, lockdown that, restrict. What? I've been restricted from eating inside with vaccinated people, who make up the majority of folks in the hospital, by the way. But I've been embargoed from being able to enjoy a dinner inside with them for months now. I can't remember when this went into effect. And yet, we still got the surge. Omicron still got here, and people still got sick. Now, maybe in light of the holidays, there were some restrictions that were loosened, but barely. Outdoor gatherings up to 100 people, indoor gatherings up to 25. And then there were a couple of other super spreader events brought to you by you know who. So I don't know. What's the point of the restrictions if you're going to have certain people being able to gather despite those restrictions? It doesn't make any sense. There's not universal enforcement or participation in any of this stuff. So in my mind, none of it makes any difference whatsoever. You know what? Get everybody back together. Yes, let it spread, Doc. Let this thing go, as Dr. Berg says, hog wild. Sound effect, hog wild. Come on. Let it go hog wild, let it burn through the community, and then give everybody herd stupidity. I mean herd immunity. I mean herd protection, or whatever the conventional wisdom is these days. Because it seems to me that's the blessing that we're supposed to see in this COVID thing. And what with the reaction back in November and in December of 2021, everybody started freaking out. And I think many of these places that were initially freaking out the worst are coming out going, ooh, we didn't need to freak out. All we got to do is make sure that we don't tire out the people at the hospital. And if you've got mild symptoms, don't go to the hospital. My AARP, they still send. I haven't paid them any money, but they still send me stuff. Right? Used to be okay when you feel like you're traveling, you could go to hotels or car rental places and get a discount if you're a member of the AARP. But since I ain't traveling, screw it. Right?
Do you get the magazine, Ray, in the mail?
I don't get the magazine in the mail anymore, thank God.
The one with Tom Selleck in the front?
Oh, my God. Most common symptoms of COVID-19, fever or chills. I get that with the flu. Cough, I get that with the flu. Shortness of breath or difficulty breathing. Have you ever heard of stairs? I went hiking over the weekend, and it was up in Assen, Maina-Pedi area, mostly, but close to Pedi. Yeah. Up in the mountains, there's a hill. I can't remember the name of the hill. Awful bloody battle back in the Second World War. So we went up through there and then down into just some ugly river. Yeah. So if you saw a bunch of strangely dressed people running around on Saturday, that was I was one of them. I was but there was a long lot of uphill in the limestone forest. Can you imagine fighting a battle up there to go catch the Japanese there? There's fatigue, muscle or body aches, headaches, a new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, congestion or runny nose, nausea or vomiting, and diarrhea. Now, of these most common symptoms of COVID-19, I have had in just the last few days, always got a runny nose when I wake up in the morning, a little bit of a sore throat. I don't want to say I had some body aches, but I think that had more to do with some hiking and working out than it did, COVID-19, and something that felt like the chills. What was described as it felt like at the onset of the flu, but it never went away. Right, the creepy crawly in my skins. But I got tested on Friday, and I am negative. Well, I was negative as of Friday. Because I think that's all you can say is you're negative, and then you might walk into a cloud of Omicron on the way out. And that could get you. 9:57, 9:58 and change. Just a couple of minutes left in the program. Let me get the last word from Mark Cruz, who I have to thank very profusely on the radio for reminding me that little spit of road down in Naganya is called Soledad. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. And I know why you're feeling so bad. Because that big furry caterpillar under your nose is catching all the dust and the mites and stuff. So you need to trim it back a little.
That would upset certain people.
Okay, don't mention her name. Okay.
No, it's not.
Hey, so no, the reason I'm calling is about Soledad. I actually called the authority and called my dad. Said talk to me about Aganya.
Yeah.
And he said that actually that area they didn't have really nice houses. They were kind of really semi-concrete or just shanties. And the military, military government came down and they bulldozed everything.
Oh, you darn.
And yeah, and Soledad actually came up a year after the war, 2 years after the war. There were a lot of houses in Aganya, the Shimizu houses, the Tanaka houses, that were in the main area of Aganya. Yeah, the Martinez, the Torres. My great grandfather had a house where the Congress building is now, and it wasn't damaged at all from the bombardment. But they came down and they eminent domained it and they tore it down and they built the Congress building. So, and they paid them pennies on the dollar, and it's what happened. They should have fought it back then, but they didn't. But yeah, there was a lot of places there that were bulldozed. Where my Dr. Cruz's clinic is in Agana, my grandmother's 3-story house was the Baptist church for the central area in Agana. It was minor damage to the wooden roof and everything, but yeah, they tore the whole thing down.
We're going to be late for Fox News here, but did your dad mention that Soledad area? I mean, that used to be where the river ran through, in the San Nicolas barrio in Agana once upon a time.
Not along Soledad. It kind of snuck in behind that open lot near Latinos, and yeah. I mean, I haven't really talked.
It's got to, because that's where the bridge opens up over there. So it had to run around there somewhere. But yeah, it would be interesting. There was no Soledad Street back in the old days. That probably would have been San Vitores,
right?
Or the street named San Antonio. So interesting stuff. Maybe we'll take a look at some of the old maps with me and your old man. Drink some beer.
Yep.
All right, bro.
Hey,
I'll talk to you soon. 10 o'clock in the morning, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 KUSG. Again, this is The Point.
Israel synagogue in Texas ends with the only casualty being the apparent hostage taker. Just before 9:15 p.m., a hostage rescue team breached the building in which the people were being held. Still 3 hostages at the time. It's not even clear if his threat of having weapons was real. What is known is that all 4 of the hostages are free. One released early in the evening, the others freed by the tactical team.
Fox's Mike Tobin reporting. And President Biden marks 1 year in office this week and will host a news conference with White House reporters.
The White House has scheduled a news conference with President Biden for Wednesday afternoon, one day before his 1 year anniversary in office. The president has fielded questions from reporters in informal settings like during Oval Office meetings and while arriving and leaving from the White House, but has held fewer formal news conferences than any of his 5 immediate predecessors, according to data from the Associated Press. The AP also says President Biden has sat for fewer media interviews than recent predecessors. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
America is listening to Fox News.
The Fox Weather app is changing the way you think about weather.
Welcome to a whole new world
that will blow your mind.
With a dedicated team of meteorologists
streaming 24/7 using game-changing technology.
We're tracking every storm.
You can follow along with our mobile 3D radar tech, something you won't find anywhere else.
Taking a trip? Future View gives you a long-range look so you can travel with ease.
Weather just got a little more interesting.
Download now at foxweather.com. Start every day with Fox and Friends at 6 a.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel.
Thank you for waking up with us.
Start your day informed with the latest news Americans care about.
We are back with your headlines.
Weather that will impact your day.
So let's take a look at the forecast, everybody.
And so much more.
Fox has it all covered.
Start your day with America's best friends. Fox and Friends.
Are we ready to go this morning?
Watch Fox and Friends every day at 6 a.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel.
Gonna be great. Gonna be a good day.
Well, some Texas residents having issues even before some parts of the state's sweeping voting reform law goes into effect.
The voting law was already controversial, intended to weed out illegal voting, but now U.S. citizens in Texas facing obstacles, thousands receiving letters saying they have been flagged as potential non-citizens who could be barred from voting, and local election boards reporting mail-in ballot applications are being rejected for not containing new required information. The law was approved last year by Republicans who joined their party colleagues in at least 18 states enacting new voting restrictions since the 2020 election. According to the Brennan Center for Justice, the national GOP campaign to tighten voting laws has been partly driven by former President Donald Trump's false claims that he won the 2020 election. Samantha Liebman, Fox News.
And the Commonwealth of Virginia inaugurating Virginia Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin on Saturday. Shortly after officially taking office, Governor Youngkin signed a slew of executive actions, including ending the teaching of critical race theory in the classroom.
We're not going to teach our children to view everything through a lens of race. To actually teach our children that one group is advantaged and another is disadvantaged simply because of the color of their skin cuts across everything we know to be true.
Governor Youngkin speaking on Fox News Sunday. Meanwhile, yet another type of public venue is becoming a space to get vaccinated against COVID-19 in Florida.
5 museums in St. Petersburg will give people the chance to get vaccinated on premises. The program is being called
Museums for Immunity, and included among the 5 are the Florida Holocaust Museum and the world-famous Salvador Dali Museum. The facilities will offer vaccines and museum admission for free and will offer vaccine from Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, as well as pediatric vaccines. They'll even offer flu shots and $15 food vouchers. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
I'm Mary Corsetti, and this is Fox News.